Sailor is the key. Okay, anyway. welcome. Hi, I am a guy, yes. Why am I introducing myself? You probably know who I am. If you don't, then what are you doing? Read my description or bio, whatever the heck it's called. It's down there. I think I don't remember where it is on mobile, but on PC, down. Just check down. But uh, yeah. Anyway, why why am I seeing quitter talk? Slap. How dare? Anyway. Anyway, what's up, everyone? I am doing Kiyo-Sekai. I know this is going to be a momentous occasion because, for those of you who don't know, every month I do this thing called Kiyo-Sekai, which basically means I isekai myself into another game universe. However, this time this is actually not a regular Kiyo-Sekai. I am not actually isekai myself. I'm actually isekai other people, because technically I already isekai myself like 2-3 times into oh, sorry, Star Rail. So yeah, I don't need to do myself. Actually, wait, I forget that there's no music because I normally have Star Rail when open when I'm not doing this, but I don't. So let me actually open up Star Rail so you guys get some music, aka literally just Wildfire because Wildfire is Pog. But yeah. For those of you who don't know what it's all about for this month, I'll say it again. I am isekaiing other people into Star Rail, specifically other VTubers. So yeah, that's gonna be great. I already have a few VTubers that I wanted to do anyway, but there were some people who did submit their PNGs to me on Twitter and Discord. So I'm gonna start with those people. Actually, wait. I should probably reorder these because I have a feeling that I should probably reorder these. I know you guys don't know what the heck I'm talking about, but there's some stuff that I have like organized, but I should definitely reorder these because I know I want to save a few of these people for last because their time zones are wildly different from mine, and they definitely would not be able to see their stuff if they wanted to be here. So yeah, I'm sure it's fine. All right, let me start up Star Rail so that you guys can hear and understand. Understand? Well, I don't know what you're understanding, but hearing, yes, hearing. Yes, you are here. Congratulations. You have done the first step into supporting me. Is by showing up. All right. Let me start Star Rail. We're not gonna be actually depending on what happens and if I end off or if I finish Kiyo-Sekai early, then maybe I may end up playing Star Rail. I'll probably do the Simi because I like doing simulated universe. Probably gonna suck at Simi because I don't have people who are built, but you know, it's fine. All right. My volume mixer is not responding. Wonder why. If you finish early, no. Is that the time limit is too late? It's too late. I know there's gonna be some people who'd be like, because there are gonna be some people coming in here without context, be like, Kia, I want you to do me, cause I want to be in it. For those of you who are gonna be the ones who are gonna be like that, I cannot do you. Okay, let you phrase that. I cannot do one for you because I for this specific Kiyosuke, I want to pre-prepare everything in advance, which is why I actually started the stream late. Because originally, the stream was supposed to start an hour and a half ago. So yeah, I actually need to tidy up everything because I like if I had streamed at the regular time, uh, you would see mostly text, or I should say, almost all of it is gonna be text. for like some people, and I don't want that. I want everyone to be treated well and respected. So I actually have a little like a little image thing for all the people who I'm going to show today. I actually had a few more people that I could have done, but it's not that I didn't have time. It's that actually no, it is that I didn't have time. But is that I'm not sure how long it'll take. So I think this is going to be the pilot to see how long it'll take. And if people want, if there's like more demand to have people in it, then I will end up doing it again. Maybe next month. I don't know. Maybe next month. Maybe the month after. I don't know. We'll see. But, let me unmute Starro because I normally
And recently received help from a group
known
the Nameless,
how dare
which allowed them to
things
bring end
talk.
to the eternal
I have to
freeze.
run away from the thing. There you go. Fine, let me do assignment. KO, stop playing Star Rail. No. No, this is a Star Rail stream. the game name is Star Rail. Okay, but now that we have Wildfire playing and no announcers, IPC announcers are doing their stupid announcing, let's actually start with the stuff. All right, let me look at the stuff before I okay. For now, I will show a blank. The next thing you'll see is a blank template. Don't worry. This is just there just for the sake of it. I also want to look at something else too. There you go. This is the template that I will be using, aka my own template, because I made it. But yeah, you got your abilities. 5 abilities here. I am using GIMP to show all this, so if I accidentally show something weird, oops. But yeah, this is the portrait with the type, the name, path type, base stats. These are base stats. So if you see that like a DPS has like high health, this is base health. Okay, it's because there are relics that you can use that can increase your stats, and those are the main like things that increase your stats. And I guess light cones too, but mostly relics. But yeah, abilities, traces, minor traces, and then the eidolons, aka the I want to whale or invest time abilities. So yeah, that is what I'm gonna be doing. I actually had another thing prepared, actually, like, but I don't think it's necessary for me to use it because it's basically just showing the exact same thing. Like, it's gonna show the abilities, the traces, and the minor traces, but there's really no point in like just showing this information again. So we're gonna have this. We're just gonna have this freaking thing here. And yeah. Alright, let's start with my first submission that I got. I know he's not gonna be here because he usually says that he can't show up on Saturdays. So yeah, unless he randomly surprises me like right now or something. Then yeah. Oh yeah, let me do some. Okay. Alright, see, I have stuff prepared. Okay, this is what I needed to do, is to have all the text and stuff showed. Okay, that's why I had to delay the stream. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna be doing Beck. I will. Okay, let me preface that. I am not just gonna just say everything that's in here and that's it, because if that's all I'm gonna do, then I can literally just show all of the things that I want to show right now and then end stream. That's stupid. All right, that's not what the stream is about. This is me thinking. All right, this is a theory crafting stream, as well as like a showing off stream and lore. But this is not my lore, so it doesn't really matter about me. It matters about the other people. Based on the information that I got from Beck, let me actually check Discord because Beck actually submitted his stuff on Discord. For those of you who want to be on the Discord, there you go. But let me read out Beck's submission. I'm not gonna read the whole submission, not the lore submission, because he said that he ended up accidentally, or not, I don't know, accidentally. He ended up using Honkai Impact lore, which I mean it can be related to Star Rail maybe, but no. Unfortunately, if you want to read it yourself, do join the Discord though. It is a pretty nice read. Yeah, I will read the combat and like combat mechanics combat mechanics part of Beck's thing. All right. Oh yeah, for those of you who I will be shouting people out, so let me do this shout out. All right, this is Beck. If you don't know who Beck is, Beck's one of my friends. He doesn't really stream that much because of life, but he does do like fighting games. He does like a lot of like D&D art, a bunch of other stuff. Like honestly, he's a pretty chill guy, and if you want to hang out with that kind of guy, he's your man. Like doesn't matter if like you're in like if you're like in streams, like if you just like just talk to him, you just chill. Yeah. Anyway, that's Beck. If you wanna do a follow, just click the heart. Otherwise, yeah. Anyway, let us read out Beck's submission. Okay. What Beck sent me is alright. In combat, I accidentally scrolled too hard. Okay. In combat, Beck is an imaginary nihility character that marks enemies. Allies who hit enemies marked by Beck leech a portion of the debuff stat as a slight buff. And then he also says this part, but I kind of ignore this part because I don't. Because you can't, like, for endgame content, people who don't know what it is, it's usually Memory of Chaos / Pure Fiction right now. So, you don't want to take too long. So, I actually ignored this part, but I'll read it anyway. If a battle goes on long enough and the party survives, this can turn the tables in David and Goliath's situation. How much of the stat can be leaked has yet to be play tested, obviously, because I'm gonna say, okay, also, disclaimer, numbers and stuff kind of don't matter, alright? This is not a, is this character meta or not, kind of, like, stream, okay? Because this is not what we're here for, alright? Because I will tell you right now, at least one of these freaking at least one of these things that I did for a VTuber is a meme one. That's all I'm gonna say. One of these is gonna be a meme one, and I'm gonna say right now because you already see this right here. It's not Beck. Beck is not the meme one. Don't worry. If you're hearing this, Beck, your kit is not a meme. Which may or may not disappoint you. I don't know. But anyway, before we actually get into like the abilities and the cool stuff, I do also want to note about base stats. I am doing things based on like a comparison to the whole cast. So I say like average, below average, above average, high, very high, low, very low, and then like I put pluses and minuses if it's like a subcategory. So like if let's say for Beck, so his attack is above average plus, so that means all the people who would be above average, in like around that above average range of like the whole Star Rail cast, Beck would be in the higher portion of above average. And then minus means the other way around, like, so you would be in the lower end of above average, right? But yeah, that's what I did. And I allocated points. I did 7 points, and every like plus is a point, and every minus is a you get an extra point. Right. Anyway, so as you can see, Beck stats are actually like just pretty average, but I mean, Beck is a nihility character, so stats don't be. He kind of wants a lot of stats, really, because nihility could be built in like many ways, right? You could build him like as an offensive character. You could build him as a tanky like debuffer, right? Like that's how nihility is generally built, right? Depends on like what you're trying to do. But with Beck, Beck is imaginary, so he's not gonna be inflicting damage over time. So Beck is going to be more so the debuffer type of character, so you're more likely going to actually build Beck as a tanky nihility support. So let's go over his kit. I know you guys probably are, by the time that I've already like made my spiel beforehand, you guys probably read all of this. I don't know. Anyway, so Beck's basic attack is guess what it is, guys. Yes, yeah, you got it right. A basic attack. But I do like to add some flavor. So with Beck's basic attack, it's a comically large. Oh wait, do I have a sensor? Wait. I don't. My bleep button doesn't work. Okay. But Beck uses a comically large to use his basic attack. So whatever this is, I don't know, but it is something. All right. But basic attack uses. I'm gonna say right now, most basic attacks that I'm gonna go over in this like for like everyone is mostly gonna be like pretty tame. Maybe half of them are not. Maybe half of them are like unique, half of them are not. I don't know. So this was just a basic one. There are some like abilities like that'll like buff the basic attack, but we'll go over those later because right now all you need to know is basic attack is basic. All right, now let's get to the part that people care about, the skill. All right, incomprehensible. Alright, I don't know what Beck is saying, but saying something. And it does things to people. Alright? So, when he does his incomprehensible, he deals moderate damage, which scales off attack, to a single enemy, and it has a chance to mark that enemy with a thing called entropy for 2 turns. Again, the number can be however many turns it feel like. I felt like it was 2, so 2. But it could be any number. But this entropy debuff decreases their attack. So I don't think there's actually any like any Star Rail character that exists in the game that actually decreases the enemy's attack as like a skill. I could be wrong. I don't know. Like as a like ability. But maybe I don't know. Maybe like there are some people with Eidolons that do that. I don't know. You could tell me if you are a Star Rail expert. Feel free to be like, hey, this character here actually decreases enemies' attack, right? So yeah. So allies, okay, and this is the kicker here. I sorry. why is my reaching some water? My throat sounded a little weird there. Alright. Allies who attack enemies marked with entropy gain the buff equivalent to that entropy debuff. So let's say entropy decreases the enemy's attack by let's say 15%, right? So allies who attack that enemy with entropy will then also gain a 15% attack buff, or 10% or whatever the attack buff is, or the attack debuff is. They gain a buff equal to that debuff. So a 52% debuff to the enemy's attack means the ally who attacks that enemy would gain a 15% attack buff. So Beck is he leeches attack and he gives them to his allies. So if you do need like sustain, Beck can kind of sustain this with this, right? Because decreasing attack means you take less damage, and when less damage is taken, that means you need less amounts of sustain, right? So there you go. That is one thing you could think about with Beck, just like off the bat. Alright, I don't know why I'm weird and decided to do ultimate third, but I'll skip ultimate because talent I think is more important to talk about. Oh my goodness. I did say like the other day on like Wednesday night and like Thursday, I did say that I was kind of feeling a little sick. I think I still feel it a little bit. Maybe that's why. Oh. You know, I need the Sela disgust thing. I need, this is how I feel right now. Ugh. So that's what I feel right now. It's my nose. Alright. Anyway. Now we talk about talent, because talent is actually pretty important here. Alright. Whenever Beck attacks an enemy with entropy, he removes a random buff from them. So, I know this is probably gonna be like, Pela does this. Pela does it with skill. Beck does it with talent. Power creep. Pela. Don't worry, Pela does freaking defense shred. I don't think Beck does defense shred unless I added that. No, Pela does defense shred. Beck does not. Don't worry. All right. But yeah, and he also gains a small amount of speed, so that means he is able to use like his skill or his basic to get more skill points for the team. So this is very nice. Entropy loves company. Yes. That's why Beck wants to attack enemies with entropy. So that he removes that buff. So that one Mara struck soldier, the one with the shield, I hate that guy because I don't have Pela or Luocha. And don't ask me if I'll ever get Luocha, because I will never ever, because I hate him. And two, because I am, for those of you who don't know, I made a vow to never ever pick any male character. Let me. So yeah, that's why you only see waifus in the team. And specifically, it's only waifus I approve of. So if you tell me, Kiyo, use Hook. Hook is female. No. One, that's a terrible example. Two, no. Child. Anyway. Alright, now we talked about talent. Now we go to ultimate. Ultimate is interesting. Or I should say, I mean, all ultimates are interesting. Actually, scratch that. Not all ultimates are interesting. But Beck's ultimate deals moderate damage, which scales off attack, all enemies, and it has a chance to mark enemies with entropy for 2 turns. Again, number could be different. It's just gonna be the same duration as skill, whichever it is. But this allows Beck to just give entropy to all enemies, so that's nice. So if Beck needs to generate skill points or like remove a buff from all specific enemies, but he can't do it immediately, ultimate helps him do it immediately. So if he has his ult up during his turn, then he can be like, I use ultimate, and then I basic attack that one person, right? Like, let's assume like one person has entropy already, and then he uses ult, so he removes a buff from one person, but there's still someone else who has a buff that he wants removed. So you use ultimate, give someone else entropy, and then you attack that other person. Beck, that's what Beck can do. Alright. Pretty good. Pretty good buff removal. Like Pela can only do like that like maybe like once. Right. But Beck can do it twice. Maybe if you really need buff removal, Beck is pretty good for that. Alright. And then we get to talent. Alright. Sorry, talent, did I say talent? Technique. I already talked about talent. Technique. Technique. Every time I see the word technique, I just get reminded of the freaking SpongeBob freaking episode where Squidward trying to like blow bubbles, but he can't, and then SpongeBob does the technique, and Squidward complains about the technique, and then he does the technique, and then he blows him. But yeah. Anyway, Beck's technique lets out a field, a pocket comic, as they say. So he generates an entropy field, which gives all enemies within it entropy. Pretty obvious. Which also slows their movement. So like whenever they're like in the field, like when you're in the overworld and you're just like running around, right? Enemies in the field will be slowed down in the field, right? And then whenever someone starts the battle, like with that enemy in the field, so let's say I don't know, Pela starts the battle. You don't have to start the battle with Beck himself because a field stays there for a while, right? So yeah, at the start of the battle, all enemies within that field are afflicted with entropy for 2 turns. So yeah, you do entropy. Entropy is basically Beck's bread and butter. So I'm gonna say right now, if the enemy doesn't have entropy, Beck kinda useless. Okay. Well, he's not useless, but he just needs more time to set up, right? So yeah. All right, now let's go to his traces. These are the major ones. Also, for those of you who want me to zoom in, I can zoom in if you guys want to, but I can also just read it out loud. I am a streamer, by the way. Hello, I am not just a guy. I am a streamer. Anyway, his Ascension 2 trace is equivalent exchange, which I know there are gonna be some people who do want to look at the art, quote unquote. There he goes. It's just Beck holding a sensor bar. Some symbols. A flat Earth with Beck as a stick figure. Beck with 2 stick figures. A comic book with Beck on it, and then like little like impact lines. And then equivalent. Okay, so I will zoom in for these ones because this is pretty small. This is basically like a little star. It's basically meant to imitate the skill point symbol, and then it has a plus minus on it. So whenever an enemy with entropy is defeated, so this is gonna be actually really good. Whenever an enemy with entropy is defeated, grant 1 skill point for the team. So if your team is able to kill the enemy with entropy, you get a skill point. So that helps Beck become more skill point positive for the team. So if you're using people like Sela, for example, like who is very skill point hungry, Beck can really help with skill points if she does like insta kills on like ads, right? So yeah, really good trace. Definitely don't sleep on this. All right, a new source of sustenance. A4 trace. Beck A4 trace. Once per turn, Beck gains. Again, the number can be different. I said 5 because why not? Once per turn, Beck gains 5 energy when he attacks an enemy afflicted with entropy. So again, Beck really likes attacking enemies with entropy. So as long as you keep entropy on enemies, you are good to go. So yeah, A4 really emphasizes Beck's need to attack people with entropy. So please make sure. So Beck is, I feel like if you do want to play Beck, you're probably going to keep him. He's probably, his playstyle is probably going to be SP neutral, because he needs to apply the debuff, and then he does his basic attack on that enemy, and then he reapplies entropy, and then he attacks again, and that's basically the loop, and then use ultimate. And ultimate helps him not have to use a skill as much, right? Yeah. And then if you know the reference, you know, stay a while and listen. This is an A6 trace. So whenever an enemy with entropy is weakness broken. Alright, for those of you who don't know the name of the game, okay, it doesn't have to be the name of the game, but it helps a ton. Weakness breaking is a big part of the game. You break the enemy's toughness and you weakness break them, and you deal more damage to them, right? Enemies with their toughness take 90% damage, and people that are weakness broken take 100. So okay, anyway, you get the point, right? Whenever enemy is with entropy is weakness broken, they are also imprisoned by Beck. So if Beck is the one who weakness breaks the enemy, yes, it is gonna be another stack of imprisonment. Whatever this percent is, or the imprisonment like amount is, I don't know. Again, numbers are numbers, and we're not here to talk about numbers. But yeah, this is huge. If you want an enemy to just never ever take a turn, this is similar to Welt in a sense, because Welt kind of does the same thing. He wants to weakness break and imprison and slow. So yeah. So minor traces. These are the ones that I like the small little like extra stat points that you can get your character. Bex is primary. So primary, secondary, and tertiary is basically primary is the one with five of the dots of the traces. So like you get so attack is you get 5 of these. Why is my nose speaking? Secondary is 3 and tertiary is 2. So obviously primary has more, meaning that you get more of the stat. So he's gonna get a lot of attack, and then he's gonna get effect hit rate, and then a little bit of imaginary damage, right? Yep, that is his kit without Eidolons. Because Eidolons are about whaling. It's all about the gotcha, baby. Alright, anyway. E1. For those of you wondering, yes, I did draw all of the frickin' Eidolon freaking fragments too. Because I was like, how do I do this? I was like, hey, you know what? I'll draw the Eidolon freaking thingies too. I'm not gonna draw like the actual like art of the Eidolons because I'm not an artist. Yes, I drew all of this. How did you know? But yeah. E1 Beck. It's not that bad. Which gives all of Beck's entropy debuffs lasting for an additional turn. So this is actually like a huge Eidolon for Beck, because when I said Beck is SP neutral, this allows Beck to be more SP positive. So like entropy like lasting for 3 turns instead of 2. Or like 4 instead of 3, or whatever the number would be. I assume it's gonna be 2 turns because I feel like 2 turns is like the right number. But and lasting an additional turn is very helpful as an E1. Right. E2, comical relief ? Yes, I did. There are some like symbols like question marks that are like there. Those are kind of on purpose. Like I said, like. The triple question marks here, triple question marks there. Those are on purpose. Don't worry. Right, and the quotes. But anyway, whenever Beck triggers his talent, so like when Beck attacks an enemy with entropy, that's basically when his talent is triggered. The enemy's action is delayed a bit. Yes, you heard me right. Delayed a bit. That's huge. That's also what Will does, I guess, in a sense, right? I don't remember. I think Will just slows in the prisons. I don't know if he actually. Wait, no. His ult delays, right? Let me look at Will. I have a little thing here. Yeah. Good find. Well, okay. Ultimate. Yes.
Friends.
Hey. Q1 best dance. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to Kiyo-Sekai, Q1. I am putting VTubers into Star Rail. Maybe you'll find out if you're in it or not. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, E3. Gotta love E3. How you doing, Q? How's life so far? How's Christmas? How's the holidays? I know I probably asked this question already, but you know, how is the post holidays? That's a better question. But yeah. Anyway, E3. This is called Read One. You'll love it. I feel like I made Beck's theme like very comic book related. So that's why you'll see like stuff about reading or like comic book stuff or like talking. So yeah. E3 is the normal stuff, right? Is it good? Got things to be cooling down. Ooh, I can't wait to see what you're cooking for the new year of 2024. That's gonna be great. I can't wait. Alright, this gonna be awesome. Be so awesome. You know, I'm betting it's so awesome. I'm gonna eat this sweet potato snack. We have the dragon. Oh dang. It's already that time of that new year? Dang. I didn't even realize. Sorry, you're probably hearing munching. I literally meant that I was gonna eat a snack. Udon, give me. I need. Do I have udon right now? I don't. I did eat some pho today. Actually, my mom gave me some pho, but otherwise, I should say my mom ordered me pho. Yeah, pho is delicious. It's one of my favorites. Like noodles, like all time. It's like pho. What is this? It was like this one like coconut, like noodles, coconut curry noodles, and then I don't know what it's called, but it's like it tasted basically like coconut curry, but coconut curry noodles, and then ramen, of course. Soba, yakisoba. I guess is another like contender. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, E4. It's really not that bad. you know, this Eidolon reminds me of Sampo. For those of you who don't know Sampo has Eidolon. His Eidolon names are funny. Oh wait, let me read. Okay. Like E3 Sampo is big money, and then E5 is huge money. So I'm basically like referencing that. So E1 is it's not that bad, and then E4 is it's really not that bad. All right, and then this one lets Beck's basic attack also increase the duration of entropy by 1 additional turn. So remember when I said Beck wants to use his basic to like get skill points and all that fun jazz? Because he's a nihility support. E4 really enforces that. Alright. So Beck is gonna be even more SP positive. Especially in single target like scenarios. So like versus bosses, right? E5 is just a friendly chat, you know, talent skill, you know, increases the buff from this, and then skill. The usual, you know. E5, E3, I usually don't need to explain because E3 and E5 is always 2 out of these 4 skills get an additional level. basically. If it's basic attack, it's +1. But yeah. So yeah, and E6 entropy is normality. Entropy now can stack up to 3 times. So this is huge. Obviously, E6 is obviously gonna be the huge thing, right? You want to whale, you get rewarded for whaling, right? Entropy stacking up to 3 times means that Beck. So let's say, for example, I said 15% like attack, right? So this means 15, 15, and 50. You know what that means? 45. 45% attack debuff on an enemy. Assuming it's 15%. It could be even higher, it could be low. Again, like I said before, numbers, we don't care about the numbers here. This is just like a fun little thing, right? So let's assume it's 15, right? Allies attacking the enemy with entropy gets a 15% attack buff, because the buff is equal to whatever the entropy is. So if the entropy gets stacked to 45, or to 3, so 15 times 3, 45, all allies get a 45% attack buff. God, that's real nice. I mean, granted, I know gonna be some people gonna be like, but actually attack isn't that good. But again, like I said before, Beck's attack debuff makes the enemy deal less damage to you. So Beck can also kind of sustain the team. Kind of. In quotations. Right? It's like how Welt sustains the team. In a sense. But yeah, that is Beck. I basically said all of Beck's stuff. However, like I said before, if that's all I'm gonna do for everyone, then that's not fun, right? So, you know me, I like to theory craft. Now we're gonna talk about not Sampo, because we're not here to talk about Sampo. Who's that? Alright, we're gonna talk about synergies and relics and all that fun jazz, because I like this. I like doing this. Alright, let's do relics. Oh yeah, I actually had to restart my computer because my peripherals apparently randomly stopped working for some reason. I don't know why, but restarting helps, but I am still concerned that it can happen again. So if it happens again, I will tweet it out on my phone, hopefully. But yeah. Beck likes debuffs, so obviously you may think about, if you want to do like a damage Beck, I guess, prisoner in deep confinement. Attack buffs, he likes attack, but actually no, he's not a dot character. But this is really good for any like debuff based character. Any Nihility just would like this in general, so if you want Beck to be damage based, prisoner in deep confinement. Otherwise, let's see, what else would be good? I mean, Beck is imaginary, I guess, if you want to do some like crit Beck, you get some Wastelander, the imaginary set. If you want Beck to do big break, Thief of Shooting Meteor could be something that you can do. I probably won't like suggest it myself because you know, there's better ways to get break effect. In my opinion. Because Beck is not Ruan Mei. Ruan Mei kind of needs like a ton of break effect. Beck is Beck. Beck doesn't care. Beck does Beck things. Okay? Alright. But, you know, speaking of Ruan Mei, I actually, for those of you who don't know, I actually failed my 50-50. The sad news, I actually failed my 50-50 for Ruan Mei. However, it's like the Kafka situation where I tried to do my 50-50. So I actually failed my 50-50 for Kafka when I did Kafka. I failed my 50-50 to Baronia. And that was my first Baronia. And I was happy. This is the same situation, okay? I failed my 50-50 to Clara. but I want Clara, and it's E1 Clara, and that's like the best. That's the best Eidolon for Clara, I think. So I'm cool with it. Like I basically main Clara. But my Clara still needs to be built better. Game has been keeping her from. Wait, Q. Did you already use your 300? The standard. I'm curious. Okay. You did not. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right. I actually used my 300 on Clara because I actually really like Clara's gameplay, aka just do nothing and just let the enemy hit you. That's why I like yeah, because I already had E1 Bronya before I got to 300. So I ended up taking Clara because I really want Clara, and then getting E1 Clara was like great. Right. But yeah. I guess basically for Beck is just basically Wastelander and Prisoner. Those are the only two that I can think of for Beck. He doesn't deal follow-up attacks. He doesn't heal. Yeah. Yeah. Good choice. Like, cause I do the same thing. I only use my Jades on limited banner. Or if I don't remember if I ended up doing that, using Jades on standard like early on. I don't remember, but basically just use your Jades on limited. get your freaking silver tickets and then use that on the standard. Alright, limited is limited. Jades are valuable. Okay. Or actually, okay, wait, hold up. Speaking of Jades, let me. I don't know if you know about this Q, but there's a web event. Let me move this tab real quick. There's a web event. Okay, let me. You're gonna see stuff, but that's fine. All right. Okay. Oh. All right. Load. Wait, and Clara would be good. Why didn't log in? What? Oh, because I restarted my computer. Also, I think Black's. I know that's normal. That's a normal reaction. Kiyo, stop being a normie. Never. And don't worry, this email is basically my business VTuber email. It's fine. Store. For those of you thinking, oh no, my email, that's literally the email that I show on YouTube, so it's okay. But yeah, Blade Jingliu, Blade Clara, like the double destruction is nice. I want Sparkle, but it's better stuff. I know there's like some people who don't like the name Sparkle. But like it is pretty memey, I'm not gonna lie. And Sparkle, I guess her name is Sparkle now, is part of the masked fools, which makes sense that her name's a meme. Because the elation thing is all about being a meme. But I don't know how I feel about 2.0 in terms of like who I'm getting, because I already failed my 50-50. And I'm still trying to scramble to get Ruan Mei herself. Like, I'm basically using everything right now. Also, the reason why I'm showing this right now is, I guess one, so I can show this. Why not? Alright, there you go. For those of you who don't know the random stats, alright? I boarded the Express on late June, all because of QAnon. Alright, and then I apparently roamed the stars for 558 hours. I am most active on noon, because I am most active on noon. I basically just do my dailies, and that's it. And then, most of the game I didn't have, like, other people, or like Fu Xuan, so I use March, mostly, before Fu Xuan. So, I apparently fought with her 2,884 times. And I returned to the Express 164 times. And I did try to do the freaking Revelations thing. Yeah, as you can see, I have no more. I'm literally missing only one card. I don't know who this third person. Okay, I'm gonna say if this card is Sela, I'm gonna be mad. Okay, if this is Sela, I'm gonna be mad. If it's Clara, okay, if it's Clara or Sela, I'm gonna be mad. Okay, I need to know who this third card is. Alright, I need this card. I don't know how to send the cards to other people. Or I don't know, actually, yeah, how do I get cards? Get cards. Oh. Okay. But I think I can get this last card, whatever it is, tomorrow, hopefully. Right, guys? Surely I will be able to get, was it 110 jades? I think you'll be able to get like 200 jades this event alone. Yeah, 210. I got 50, 60, and then like, there you go. Luocha is my most used character. I mean, it makes sense. Luocha is just a good healer. It's like you almost always want to have a sustain. Oh, who's your good sustain? Luocha? Okay, well, you're 100% using him, right? Like, I'm surprised. Actually, I'm not surprised, but if I had Fu Xuan and used her more often and built her when I got her, I think Fu Xuan would have definitely topped March. Him and Arlen don't get along. Yeah, that is true. Pepe hands. I want to take damage. No, I will heal you. But now it's Fu Xuan and Ho Ho. Ooh, double sustain. Oh, that's gonna be nice. Depending on who your Harmony character is, I assume it's probably like Bronya, but I don't know. Actually, do you have Bronya Q? I forget. But yeah, Bronya would be nice. I usually don't run with the Harmony. Oh, interesting. I remember. Okay, actually, I have back in the day when I like first started, like not a few months ago, but when I first started, I basically used Fire MC, March, and Natasha, and then DPS. Everyone from regular but Clara and Himiko. So my only regular, my standard characters are only Himiko, Bronya, and Clara. Those are my only standards. Oh no, I have Bailu. Never mind. I forgot I got the thing rat. But never put her on her team. I'm surprised because like Arlen doesn't use skill points, so Bronya really helps because it makes Arlen just do more things. Right? Yeah. Like I know a lot of people think about meta, and like Bronya is meta. But yeah, you know, I really like Bronya, right? Anyway, we were talking about other stuff, so let's talk about other stuff. Okay, light cones. All right. Now you're being reminded. No. Who is another wind? Oh yeah, my Blade. Oh yeah, I forgot you had E1 Blade. Wait, what is Blade's E1 again? Hold on, let me see. Blade, bloody. E, you know. Blade's ultimate deals increased damage to the enemy target. Increase value. Oh. Oh. Okay. You want him? He's there. I mean, he's good. At least he's good. Okay. He is good. But yeah, I've been reminded now that I do not have this light cone, and I feel like I'll never ever get this light cone ever, and I'm sad because this is a really good light cone. I can't believe I frickin' only did, or I only played, started the game before the Silver Wolf banner ended. Yeah, done the Silver Wolf event. And I basically started the game before I was even able to get to this event. It's so good. Get energy. It's a premium energy. Ugh. Oh well. Alright, anyway. Beck's best light cone. I mean, this is a really good light cone for Beck. I mean, obviously, energy is so good. That was the only reason I was playing at first for the silver one. Yeah. I remember you said, oh, there's a character that looks like you. And then you decided to join. I was like, oh, dang. And then I decided to play because you played. Because I ended up liking the gameplay. So yeah, I wish I joined so much earlier though. And then now.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, Q is fine because Q doesn't care about ads because poggers. But she's free. But for the people who are not free, all right, because I know there are people who do not have privileges. Fortunately, I know it's a foreign concept to those who are up in the world, but there are people who do not have privileges, and thus I will pause and not talk about synergies. But we can still talk about other stuff, right? Also, let me blow my nose, cause yeah. Oh, is my touch portal being weird? It is. Oh. Touch portal. Oh, it's being weird. Touch portal is being weird. Please try again. Okay. I will restart touch portal. I guess I will. Oh, wait, that actually helped. Hold on. We actually blow my nose for real this time. Okay. I should do. Okay, I should do like every time I do an exclamation nose blow. I need to do the. I need to play the Sela Discuss.
Ugh.
By the way, I have 3 new Star Rail freaking sound alerts now. I have the Sela Discuss. I just really like Molly's deliverance of that freaking thing. Okay, and then we have the usual, right? And then we have this weird one. All right. It's called Jing Liu about Luocha. Alright. And I don't know, I just think this out of context quote from Jing Liu sounds sus. I don't know. Alright.
No matter what he does to fill it, the hole remains.
Oh, that's
the
pretty
harder
quiet.
he tries, the more exhausted he becomes.
Alright, I think it's a sus line. Therefore I put it in. Alright, it's a sub only. It's free for subs. So yeah. You wanna play it? Yeah, you can play it. If you are subscribed.
Oh shit!
Alright.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. The people without privilege is here. And we're ready to boogie. Alright. Beck loves this freaking light cone. If only this light cone can show up again. That would be great. But no, it's not showing up. So if you have this light cone, it's good. You're probably putting it on other people. But if no one else is using it, yeah, Beck loves this. He likes effect hit rate because he needs to put his entropy up. Because if he doesn't have entropy up, then yikes. It's a big yikes. But Eyes of Prey, he doesn't do dots, so he doesn't care. If you really need effect hit rate, sure, but there are better light cones. For Mata is also not great because you're not using shock or wind shear. I guess unless you're doing a DPS back specifically with people that afflict shock or wind shear, which is like there's quite a few people actually, but this is a very niche light code for Beck if you really want Beck to be with specific people, right? Good Night Sleep Well is good for a DPS Beck, obviously, because he puts it down debuffs. So yep, good. This is a 3-star light code. Just not gonna talk about it. I actually, yeah. Never mind. Yeah, that sucks. In the Name of the World is... It's fine, yeah, it's good. It's good light cone. Probably one of the top picks, I would say. Effect, okay, Incessant Rain. Depends on how many debuffs you have. So, depends. I guess Crit Beck could be okay. Like, if you have another Annihility, then this is good on Beck. Otherwise, I don't know if Beck has more than 2 debuffs. Actually, let me check. Entropy. No. Okay, if you have E0 Beck, then you only have Entropy. Yeah, that's all you have. So, Incessant Rain is probably something I wouldn't pick. That's a 3-star. Patience all you need. I mean, yeah, I guess it worked. You could do patience, but does it matter for Beck? No. Probably put better on Kafka, obviously, but no. Resolution. Okay, yeah, this gives you an extra like debuff. So yeah, this is fine. If you have a lot of effect hit rate, then this is a good one. Solitary Healing. Beck doesn't use dots, so he doesn't care for this. That's a 3-star. I don't really use basic addition damage. If you have AoE, I guess. 48. The wearers attack to a random enemy that has been attacked. Oh wait, no, random enemy. So it's still fine. Okay, never mind. I thought this was saying something else. Okay. I don't know when this light cone is good. This is the battle pass light cone, right? Yeah, because I never really see it. Yeah. I guess you could if you want to. I don't really care for it, but you know. Oh yeah, planet ornaments. Probably. I don't know what would be good on deck actually. I guess the usual either DPS stuff that isn't like crit. Beck does gain speed, so this could be okay. You want Fleet of Ageless as like a support debuff Beck. This works. Pan Galactic can be good for like a effect rate like hybrid like DPS, sub DPS. Penacony. If you are doing imaginary, like mono imaginary, work. Virgin Arena, no. Space in Station's okay. Von Wack could also be okay. Banditry if you really wanted to break, but otherwise, not really something I'd suggest. And synergies with other characters. Alright. What does Beck like having? Or who does Beck like having? Alright. Let's see. Ruin May I think is just good on with everyone, so we don't need to talk about her. Dr. Ratio. The issue with Beck is he only does 1 debuff. So unless you want to do mono imaginary with Dr. Ratio, I don't think you're going to be pairing Beck with Dr. Ratio. Shregi, she just likes break. So she's an option, but not someone I would think about. Okay, I think I'm just gonna glance and just say who I think is good. I think Beck is gonna be good with. Obviously good with a DPS, sustain, right? Because that's what Beck is. Beck is a debuff / somewhat sustainer with the slows, right? And the attack decrease, right? So but like if I were to name people specifically, let's see. Beck slows enemies, so Clara's probably like an anti-synergy. Vernia no, Japar no, Ailu no, Yanshi. When frickin' Jinglu came out, people were like Yan Xinghu, young man. No. Alright, I guess Well is another like person that would like go well with Beck because of the slows. So entropy slow. So whenever the enemy takes action, if they were to somehow take action, enemies would take less damage. So obviously, yeah, Well is someone who's good. Fire MC, no. When? No. Silver Wolf, no, doesn't particularly care if Silver Wolf's there. Locha is imaginary, so if you want to do that. Yukon's also imaginary. Blade. Helps Blade because Blade wants to get hit. He doesn't care if the enemy goes fast or slow. Blade just does Blade. So if he takes, as long as he takes damage, he's okay. And taking less damage means Blade does more. Or he's able to stay alive. That's good. Kapka, I guess, if you really want to do the that one light cone that I mentioned. Luca's vulnerability. I actually don't really look at Luca very much, so I don't know synergies with Luca in particular. Daniel is imaginary, so points there. Yeah, no one else in particular that I would like say, oh, this person really likes Beck in particular. Like other than Blade, well, right? Blade, well, Daniel, Dr. Ratio, right? I basically just said Blade and imaginary people are like people who like Beck. Otherwise, I can't really think of anyone in particular. Right? Maybe Su Shang in case like you end up like really breaking people. But I feel like Su Shang is just better on like Run Mei. Because Run Mei keeps people broken, and Su Shang likes people who are kept broken. Yeah, no one else in particular. Right? Yeah, I can't think of anyone in particular. But, yeah. He's a good slotted for just in general, I guess. Just for, like, the, for sustain. If you don't want to, like, if you don't want to dual sustain, like, let's say you have one sustain, but it's not, like, it's not Luocha or Fuxuan. So you have to use, like, Natasha or Lynx. Or someone else, right? Beck helps with that, right? So, that's what Beck is mostly good for. Like, you need more sustain in the team, but you don't have enough sustain in your team. Is when you field Beck. Where is? Oh, not showing it. Go. You need more sustain, but you don't want like a real sustainer. Beck is your extra sustain. All right. Next up, Oh, before I next up, I need to blow my nose again. Oh my goodness. Maybe I am sick. Ugh. Ugh. Anyway, next up is another submission on Twitter. Lumiere. Let me actually. He posted on Twitter. He didn't give me any information in particular, so he just said my lore is too long. So I got pretty much no information other than his bio. So but I will give off his link. I will do the shout out. Shout out. There you go. You want to go check him out? I don't know him in particular, but I assume there are other people who know him. I assume Beck, maybe. Beck might know who Lumiere is. But here you go. If you want to at least check him out, do check him out. I can't vouch, but if you want to check him out yourself, like, I feel like a lot of people need to be more exploring of like people, right? I feel like in this kind of society, like, we're like pretty like entertainment wise, like pretty like sad. But you know, we live in a world where a lot of people want to do entertainment now. So yeah. Anyway, do check him out. Yep. All right. I mostly got from his bio that he is a time traveler, so I kind of did like a time kind of theme with the names. But Lumiere, I made him a quantum erudition character, so that means he's quantum element and he is focused on AoE. His HP is pretty average. His attack is really high. Defense is it's there. Speed is like okay. And of course, I know I don't really need taunt value because literally the path that the path tells you what the taunt value is. So Hunt Erudition is 75, Abundance, Nihility, and Harmony is 100. Destruction is 125, and Preservation is 150. So, that's a taunt value. But let's talk about the kit. I feel like I made Lumiere's kit pretty simple. So actually, before I for those of you who are wondering, I will be doing all of the I will be putting all of these things that I'm gonna show you all in my Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, I will be putting all of these on the Discord because I need to consolidate all of this freaking information somewhere. Alright, and I'm probably gonna put it on Discord because I put my Kiyo-Sekai information on my Discord in the info dump channel, so I will probably be doing that later. So yeah, I feel like I made Lumiere's kit pretty simple. I believe by the time I've explained like some stuff, you guys probably already know why it's so simple, but it's very effective, right? So let's explain. Okay, let's skip the basic attack because the basic attack is, as you guessed it, a basic attack. So yeah, his basic attack is not important. You never ever want to use his basic attack unless you really want to see his cool gun. I don't know if he actually has a gun in his lore, but if he does have a gun, well, there you go. Gun. Anyway, his skill, though, on the other hand, very important, as per the usual erudition kit. Pocket Paradox is a skill that deals moderate damage to all enemies, as per most erudition. I guess, yeah, some erudition, I guess, because some erudition does, like, not bounce. The blast, which is deal damage to one enemy, and then deal a little bit of damage to the enemies adjacent. This is deal damage to all enemies, so this is AoE. And has a chance to apply entanglement. And this scales off its attack. So, yeah. For those of you who don't know what entanglement is, it has a delay attached to it, and like a debuff that whenever the enemy's turn starts, the entanglement detonates and it deals damage. And whenever you attack an enemy that is entangled, they gain more stacks of it. And normally, the stack goes up to 5. So, yeah. Just put that up. Alright. That is skill. Let's talk about the ultimate. Actually, let's talk about talent, because this is why I made this kit very simple but very effective. Lumiere deals more damage based on the amount of entanglement stacks the enemy has. So the more entanglement stacks they have, the max is 5, but it may end up being higher. I'm gonna say that right now. Spoilers. With him in the team, you could potentially make the max stacks of entanglement higher. So, yeah. So basically, it's just a damage buff. Very simple, but very effective. I'm not gonna say the numbers, obviously, because numbers are numbers, and we're here to just show off, not to do math and meta, right? And then his ultimate, converging timelines, basically converges a lot of timelines, and then basically entangles them within like all the timelines. I don't know. That's just flavor text, right? I don't know what he would actually do. But cost is pretty high. And it deals moderate attack scaling damage to all enemies. And it has a chance to apply attack skill. Basically, you're gonna say like, okay, Kiyo, that's the same thing as skill. Why? The kicker, it triggers entanglement dots. So that means the explosion of the entanglement when the enemy takes their turn. Lumiere's ultimate can trigger that. But it doesn't like leave when this explosion happens with ultimate, the entanglement, I repeat, does not end. So it's gonna be a huge chunk of damage right there. Alright. And I did set his thing to be very high. It is on purpose because entanglement is strong. It's strong. Alright. But yeah. Technique. A new timeline. Lumiere immediately attacks the enemy, and when he enters battle, he deals quantum damage to all enemies and has a chance to apply entanglement. You can already see like all of the entanglements in the freaking kit. So from, I guess, like literally from that alone, you can tell Lumiere is all about keeping enemies entangled and doing more damage to enemies who are entangled, right? It's simple, but it's very effective, right? Entanglement is huge. Alright. Alright, now we zoom in because traces. Alright. A2. Time is on my side. When another ally attacks an enemy with entanglement, Lumiere is action advanced by a set percent. Yeah, this is I think this is around where I started to like not use numbers. So yeah. It'll be a set percent. Probably gonna be like 10%. If I were to like guesstimate, it's probably gonna be 10%. But yeah. So he really likes entanglement. It helps him go faster now. So that's A2. Definitely do not sleep on A2. A2 is super good. A4 timelines are like spaghetti. I am not having fun with these names. Alright, Lumiere's attacks further increase entanglement stacks. So for those of you who don't know how entanglement works, whenever someone attacks an enemy who's already entangled, they get an additional stack. So it's like if someone has 2 stacks and an ally attacks that enemy, they get 3 stacks. When Lumiere attacks, it goes from 2 to 4. You gotta be thinking, but KO, that's pretty bad. That doesn't really matter too much. Oh, you see if the enemy is about to take action. Yeah, that's actually pretty big. Each stack is like additional like entanglement damage, right? And I'm gonna say right now, all of these entanglements that you're seeing right now are separate sources of entanglement, so they can be delayed by multiple times from multiple entanglements. Pocket Paradox has a source of entanglement. Ult has an entanglement. Breaking the enemy with entanglement is a separate thing. So you could basically Lumiere could entangle people basically up to 3 times. That's how ridiculous he is. Like, it's simple kit, but it's really strong. Alright? And then he attacks for the increased entanglement stacks. So if he has 3 sources of entanglement, he's increasing the entanglement stacks by 6 total. Okay? The break effect one, the skill, and the ultimate. Okay? Huge. Okay? Alright. A6. Whenever Lumiere weakness breaks an enemy. This is why I made this trace A6, or the weakness break, because weakness break is another source of entanglement. Alright. Lumiere gains a damage buff for 2 turns, so he's gonna deal more damage. I guess the turns doesn't matter. It could be 1 turn, it could be 2 turns. I don't care, but 2 turns is 2 turns, I guess. But, I probably put 1 turn. Now that I think about it, but it doesn't matter. Numbers are numbers. We don't care. We're not doing math and meta. We're doing showing off. All right. Minor traces. Attack, quantum damage, effect hit rate. I am putting effect hit rate as 3rd because he does need effect hit rate to do entanglement. But if he doesn't do it, then it kind of doesn't, like, then his kit kind of falls off a little. So the tertiary effect, like, I want him to do damage. That's the point of Erudition. He wants to do lots of AoE damage. That's why we have the traces here. The primary, secondary being attack and quantum damage. Effect hit rate is there to remind you that you need effect hit rate so that you can actually do the stupid BS. Okay. All right. Now we go to the whale section. Alright, Lost in Time E1. While Lumiere is on the field, enemy entangle max stack can stack up to a much larger number. This is where I said, he can potentially increase the max stacks of entanglement. I assume it's going to be +2 or +3, but it could be much, depending on how numbers are, right? Again, numbers are numbers, we don't care. E2. Remember every possibility. Lumiere gets energy whenever he attacks enemy with entanglement. He is AoE. I'm gonna say right now, Lumiere is AoE. If Lumiere is fighting enemies that have quantum weakness, you're gonna get a lot of energy. That's why I made his ultimate, I made his ultimate cost a lot. Okay. I'd say, I could argue you could make it even higher. It's probably how ridiculous I think Lumiere could be. I think I should make this number higher. But yeah. E3, always unpredictable, is a predictable talent and basic increase. E4, escape from Father Time. It allows his ultimate to also delay enemy actions, so you know how Welt does his freaking ultimate and delays? Yeah. Lumiere gets that at E4. E5, how many paradoxes is too many? He gets ultimate and skill. Nice. You know, the usual. And then E6, back into the loop. Skill can now trigger. This is the huge whale Eidolon. Skill can now trigger entanglement dots, dealing damage equal to a percentage of its original damage. So, if an enemy already has a lot of entanglement stacks, skill just explodes a lot. Yeah, huge. Basically, E6 makes skill do what ultimate does, but like at a smaller value, right? So huge, 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 huge kit. Absolutely huge. Like, I'd be surprised if someone said Lumiere is a bad unit. Because he is good. His kit is good. Alright. Oh yeah, also I wanna preface, there are probably gonna be some people who are gonna talk about toughness damage numbers. Assume basic attack is 30 if I don't say anything. Skill, depending on what it is, if it's like a single target, it's 60. If it's a blast, it's 60, and then 30 to the targets next to it. AoE is 30 to all enemies. Ultimate AoE is 60 to all enemies. Single target is 90 to single enemy. Blast is, I think, 60 to all enemies. I could be wrong. I don't know. Remember if it's 90 to the single target. I don't remember. Actually, let me Google Arlen real quick. I need to see how much break he does. Combat. Ultimate. Toughness damage 60. Okay, 60 to the 3 enemies. Okay. So 60 to the 3 enemies is blast, and then yeah, and then AoE is 60 to all enemies. Yeah. Let's talk. This is a very freaking quick hit because it's, like I said, it's simple, but it's very effective. So for the browser source so that I could show you guys what he should be using. All right, light cone. Let's look at what light codes he should have. All right. In terms of what you want to build him, is probably going to be the usual crit rate, crit damage, all that fun jazz. Maybe you consider a break effect Lumiere. Maybe if you actually pure effect, you probably want to do break effect Lumiere because break effect is really nice, right? So you could do break effect Lumiere. You could do damage Lumiere, the usual, right? So let's see. Argenti light cone. His light cone is expensive, so I guess it's okay. Yeah, this one's okay. Before Dawn is just the usual, does so much damage, or has so much stuff, I should say. Lumiere doesn't have a follow-up attack, but I mean, it's a stat stick, like a pretty big stat stick. That's a 3-star. We don't care about it. Genius is repose. He is erudition. I mean, yeah, this is erudition, like, but this actually, I think he could potentially have 100% uptime with this. If you do pure fiction, so I think this is a light cone you can consider for Lumiere if you can keep his just keep killing. Make the world clamor. Whatever. I mean, yeah, he does. His stuff is expensive, but I guess it doesn't matter. Night in the Milky Way. I don't know how pure fiction is gonna work, but I assume it's okay now if you could use it for pure fiction, like purely for pure fiction. I don't know, but whatever. Passkey, if you have only one option for a 3-star, I guess passkey. Sagacity, no, it's 3-star, and it's probably not a very great one because it's ultimately expensive. Birth of the Self doesn't matter because it doesn't have follow-up attacks. Breakfast is like the general one if you have no idea. Peaceful Day is fine because it's just a damage buff and he kind of needs damage. The Battle Pass Lycone is good. Relic wise, I assume you guys know what the kit is. Either break effect, if you want to do break effect, you can do break effect. Otherwise, quantum set. Obviously, it's a really good DPS light call. You could even use this freaking set on people that don't even that aren't even quantum, because this 4-piece set is just that good. Potentially ignore 20% defense. Enemy has quantum. So yeah, this I don't think there's. I guess if you have like nothing else, attack set's okay. Yeah, attack set's okay. Oh wait, I don't know if entanglement works. Actually, wait. Depending on if entanglement works as a dot, you could do prisoner for. Oh wait, no. Let me scratch what I said about Beck. This is bad on Beck because Beck doesn't use dots. I didn't realize this was dot. Okay, depending on if entanglement is a considered dot or not, prisoner could be really good because it also ignores defense and is much easier to do. Like with no like caveat, just have dots. So you want prisoner confinement if you really want to have dots. If you want to build like a dot team with Lumiere for some reason. Ornaments. I think it's just the usual. Just Ruin Arena. Yeah, Ruin Arena, Space Ceiling if you really have to. Talia if you really like the break effect. Otherwise, there's not really much I can think about. Yeah, not much. If you can get Lumiere to be fast, like I guess Glamoth is good. Yeah. Let's talk about the people in the game. I'm gonna be honest, like there are gonna be some people who might be thinking, okay, Kiyo, you made all these characters, right? But what if you ask for synergies between the other characters that you made? I could, but I feel like that's gonna take a lot of time, and I don't want to waste too much time because I do want to raid out to someone specifically. So I'm not time limited unless this person is not gonna stream for long. But I assume he's gonna stream for like at least 2 hours. So, all right. Ruin Mate. I think it should be pretty obvious that Ruin Mate is good. Lumiere doesn't care if the enemy stays weakness broken. In fact, it's probably better because he does more damage. So Ruin Mate is good. Dr. Ratio. Actually, if the enemy is weak to quantum and imaginary, Dr. Ratio is actually good with Lumiere if you want like a dual DPS, because Dr. Ratio likes debuffs. Entanglement is a debuff. So yes, good. Let's see. Ray Marsh, Trailblazer, Daniel, Himiko. I'm trying to see who it would be. Himiko is, I guess, like someone I can say because Himiko, you're probably gonna be using Lumiere in Pure Fiction, so Himiko and Lumiere. Lumiere breaks, Himiko does things. Himiko breaks. It's actually not that great if Himiko breaks. Lumiere wants to be the one that breaks because entanglement is great. But, as long as Lumiere is the one who breaks, Himiko will definitely enjoy Lumiere. Although the entanglement could make Himiko's follow-up attacks happen less often, which may be a little bit anti-synergy. So Himiko is something to think about, but not someone I would say it's like, yeah, for sure. No. Asta helps Lumiere go faster. I mean, Asta's Asta. No. Pela has an AoE defense shred as an ult, so helpful. Serval if you need lightning, if you need a help break the lightning. Otherwise, nothing of note. QQ probably not someone I would pair Lumiere with because Unless you need single target, which in that case, sure, but they both want skill points. So it's not gonna be that great if the QQ uses all the skill points and Lumiere is like, where's my skill point? Herda is fine if you have ice. If they have an ice weakness. Tingyun, yeah. Trying to look at anyone in particular. Silverwolf helps Lumiere do quantum weakness stuff, so that's something to note. So helpful for versus bosses for Silverwolf. Otherwise, she's someone you can consider. Trying to remember. No, it's only for every time you attack, not every target you hit. So Luocha is just Luocha. Daniel uses too much skill points. Fushuan is also quantum, so someone of note. Lynx is also quantum, someone of note. No. Ho-Ho, I guess, yeah. Tingyun Ho-Ho, obviously, because Lumiere's is expensive. So, yeah. Argenti, if you want double erudition, and you need physical. Hanya is fine, I guess. If you want to speed up Lumiere, yeah, good. Alright. I don't think I have anyone else of note. With Lumiere, except for like Runmei, Dr. Ratio, Ting and Ho-Ho, right? Those are the main people that I would like think on the top of my head. I guess you could talk like Bronya, but Bronya is like good with like mostly everyone, every like DPS. So, or to say like hyper carry. So, it is what it is. Actually, let me think. Is Welt good? I guess Welt is fine if you want to keep the enemy. Okay, Welt's fine. I know I said about Welt before, but you know Welt's also fine with Lumiere because Welt makes the enemy slow. Entanglement also slows the enemy. You know, you slow even more. You know what, Lumiere, Welt, good. Good. The glasses boys are in. Double glasses. Exactly. Alright. That's Lumiere. Next up, I'm not gonna click on this person because I want to save them for later. Hero. I'm gonna say right, Hero, if you're watching this, I'm sorry. The quality of this the PNG, it's not your fault, it's my fault. So I'm sorry that things look a little bit crispy, not in the good way, but yeah. All right, here, let me shout out Hero. All right, if you actually, for those of you who don't know, Hero is actually one of my model siblings. So we were both rigged by. We were both made, like, arted and rigged by JC Mama, so he is someone I can vouch for, actually, for real this time. He mostly does comfy stuff. He just plays Pokemon, plays gacha games too. I know he plays at least Genshin and Star Rail. I actually have him added on Star Rail, so I know for sure he plays Star Rail. But I don't know how long it's been since he played Star Rail, but you know, he plays the comfy stuff. So. You like the comfy stuff? Do follow Hero. Yeah. Now let's go over Hero's kit. I want to say right now, there's gonna be some people gonna be like, "This is a duplicate. How dare you do ice preservation?" Or for example, "How dare you do imaginary nihility?" Because Welt's already that. Or how dare you do quantum erudition because QQ is already like that. I think we're getting to a point where like there's gonna be repeats, and I know there's gonna be some people, but Kiyo, But Kiyo, there's already 2 ice preservation units. Why do you need Hero to be a 3rd one? Well, we don't care about that. Okay, we're here to make things a little bit accurate. I know Hero could probably be like a different element, but I feel like ice is probably the best. And let me explain in the abilities. But before we do abilities, base stats, Hero has high HP. I know Hero, I'm gonna go over Hero's kit, but Hero actually doesn't use attack. And I know people are gonna be like, why does he have real average attack? He doesn't use attack as a stat. Because I want his speed to be very low. And we'll explain that later, okay? He's probably about the same speed as like Japard or a little bit higher than Japard. But yeah, his defense is obviously very high because he's a preservation unit. He's a defense scaling preservation unit. Alright. And let's talk about his kit. Alright. His basic attack is Heartbreak. And for those of you who don't know who Hero is a actually he didn't give me much of a description actually. He said I'm just a little guy. So that I couldn't go off anything other than what I know of Hero from my own personal experience. So for those of you who don't know, he's actually a romance VN protagonist who ended up getting divorced by the people that he went his route for, I think. And yeah, and now he's just living life. But as per everyone, right? But his basic attack is Heartbreak. This is a defense scaling attack. So I'm just gonna say that right now. It is a defense scaling attack. Whether or not that matters to you or not is up to you. But basic defense scaling attack. Skill. It's called EP Boy Hours. For those of you who don't know, I tend to see Hero like to use the sleeping on the pillow freaking expression. That's what I tend to see, or at least he has the pillow. So that's what I'm referencing off of right now. Hero gains a buff that increases his defense and decreases the chance for other allies to be attacked for 3 turns. However, it skips his next turn. And you know, you're thinking, Kiyo, that's bad. Why would you want to skip your turn? Well, first off, for those of you who don't know, you're building Hero very slow. I'm gonna say right now, Hero is meant to be a slow character. But let's talk about talent. This is why you want Hero to be a little bit on the slow side. Whenever Hero is hit, enemies take toughness damage and defense scaling ice damage. Their hearts grow colder as they start hitting Hero for no reason. Right? That's my lore take on the talent. But yeah, okay, now we get to ultimate. So basically that's what, like, he's like Clar, except he doesn't do a follow-up attack. Like, but he's a tank, so he's not gonna do much damage. But he's mostly gonna do toughness damage. That's his main shtick. He gets hit, the enemy takes toughness damage. I'm gonna say right now, disclaimer, this toughness damage that the enemy takes is irrespective of weakness. If they don't have ice weakness, they take toughness damage. That's why Hero is nice. Yeah. His ultimate, Never Suffer Again, is an expensive ultimate that lets him heal himself based on his max HP, and it has defense scaling, and he gains the soulmate buff, which prevents other allies from being affected by enemies. And by affected, I mean if, let's say for example, an AoE happens, that Hero can't be like, have good high taunt value. It makes his high taunt value very not good, right? Or I should say, it makes the decreasing in taunt value for the allies irrelevant. Ultimate says, I don't care. You want to hit my allies, you cannot hit them. However, it's only for one turn. I repeat, one turn. So that means Hero wants to be slow. Oh, actually, let me actually hold on. I actually want to correct this. Delays. So there's a reason why I'm saying delays. Oh, that means I'm gonna have to change Hero's kit. Because what is E1 says that downside is screw that downside. So I'm gonna actually I'm gonna change E1 as well. Skill also increases. Okay. Changes to E3. Oh. Unfortunately, this is the first edit that I'm gonna be doing. Alright. So, sorry Hero, but I am changing the kit. Alright. This is the first one that I'm correcting. Alright. And, yeah, so, that's what we're doing. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about technique. It's basically the same as Tingyun's. He gains energy. Nothing too special. Just, he gains energy. And then A2. Actually, I feel like I should change E1 to something else, but I'll change it later when I get to it. Hero has a higher chance of being attacked by enemies. This is basically Japard's thing. Yeah, Japard also has the same thing. So give it to Hero. Hero wants to get hit, right? Talent very much encourages Hero to get hit. So this helps a ton. Right. Alright. Acting vulnerable. That's the name. A4, love is mutual. Probably looks weird at a glance, but it's supposed to be a heart with like the icicles on the bottom. There's like an icicle on the side. But whenever talent trick, this is I think one of the huge traces for Hero. So whenever talent triggers, so whenever Hero gets hit, all other allies get a small defense scaling healing. So Hero slightly heals his allies whenever he gets hit. So basically, think of Hero getting hit as healing his other allies, because he's not gonna take much damage, right? But if his allies do take damage, then yeah. A6, yours truly. Soulmate also increases the crit rate of all other allies. So this lets Ultimate actually do something for your allies instead of just like helping sustain, right? So it's just an extra like cherry on top. So I'd say like trace priority is A4, A2, A6. If you have to be like if you have to be picky and you can make Hero level 80 immediately once you get him or something, right? But yeah. Minor traces, obviously his primary is going to be defense because he is defense scaling. Secondary is going to be effect res because Hero is going to be targeted a lot. That's the point. He wants to be targeted a lot. So effect res helps him not deal with any stupidity. Although he may actually want to deal with stupidity, depending. Like, if he gets imprisoned, that's actually fine. There are some debuffs that are actually very helpful for Hero, right? Because imprisonment delays him, meaning that he doesn't act, which means his ultimate lasts longer, right? Yeah. What am I hearing? Oh, Pom Pom is doing something, I think, in the Star Rail. I was like, what am I hearing? Okay. Okay, that explains a lot. Okay. And his third stat is HP, because he needs HP. Right. Alright, E1. I'm going to change E1, but it's gonna involve skill. And further delays. Oh wait, and gives additional energy. There you go. Because if he's not going to be acting much, he might as well get more energy from using something that he's not going to use often, right? But like if he uses the skill, he basically gonna be using it basically. Which does mean that Hero is not gonna be very SP positive because he's not gonna be acting. So I'm gonna say right now, kit wise, if you like a slightly SP negative sustain, Hero is for you. And you don't care what the tank does. Because the tank is gonna do nothing except buff himself. And then not do anything and just get hit. That's what Hero is. Alright. So that's E1. E2, ultimate also allows ultimate to also heal allies. It's a get out of jail free card, or it makes this a get out of jail free card potentially. So granted, you're probably gonna be using this every opportunity you can get, but you know. E3, Cannot Toxicity is the generic talent basic. E4, that's life for you. He gets additional energy whenever he's attacked. E4 is probably the big one. You want energy, or Hero really wants energy, and E4 helps with that a ton. I may end up changing the cost of this to something else, but E4 is nice. E5 is again some generic stuff. It's called Finally Some Good Sleep, but yeah. E6, Everlasting Bonds, makes this last longer. And you know, when this lasts longer, people have a good time. Yes, have a really good time. All right, that means they can't get affected by any BS. Right, so very interesting. I don't know how I feel about this kit. This is not my personal play style myself, because it doesn't generate skill. This kit does not generate skill points. That is the big downside of Hero's kit, is it doesn't generate skill points. But he can, I think, potentially solo sustain very well because of the fact that Hero is gonna get hit a lot, right? Because that's his main shtick. He's like Japard, except he's less. He's slower. So okay, it's like, okay, if I compare to Japard, he's much slower. His ultimate is more expensive, but is huge when you get it. But if you're playing like MOC and stuff, he's gonna get it, right? He's gonna use his technique to get his ult. So Hero's definitely 100% gonna be getting ult. And yeah, like he heals his allies, unlike Japard, who doesn't heal his allies. Okay, I say the main issue for Hero is if Hero takes too much damage. Which, if that's the case, then your Hero doesn't have enough defense. or if there's enemies with defense shred, he may struggle. That is, I guess that's his main like issue, is anyone who deals defense shred debuffs, Hero would not like. That's why you want to build effect res, right? Because you don't have to deal with any BS. So let's talk about builds. Obviously, Hero is a defensive tank, so you want to build him as a defense person. So obviously his like, I forgot to do this for everyone else too, but you know, I can do that real quick. Beck stats, you probably, like I said, you probably want either tank stats if you want him to be just a debuffer, or if you want him to do damage, you do damage. You want effect hit rate, obviously, because he needs effect hit rate because he's an Nihility character. That's pretty much the gist of it. He wants speed, boots. It's like whatever the frick you want. Body, speed, boots, whatever the frick you want, orb, and either energy regen. Yeah, energy regen is good.
Oh no.
Oh frick.
Oh no.
No. All right. That means I have to wait a little bit. Unfortunate. I do have a stack though. I'm trying to snack while I do things. Well, how are y'all enjoying deer crafting so far? Because I'm really liking it. Like, this is one of my passions. I like to think. Alright. Definitely a good time to eat, for sure. I am thinking about doing, like, maybe getting some food, but I think this snack is enough for now, because I want to make something later on, because I want to experiment on making some food. Because tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so I want to make something for my dad, my parents actually, for people in general, right? But, yeah, so I'm trying to avoid eating a lot right now. Even if I'm feeling hungry, I'm gonna eat this bag of sweet potato snacks. If I eat any more, I'm basically just saying I want to eat. I just want to eat and not cook for the rest of today. Yeah. But yeah, seriously, how are you all liking it? I know there's only like a few people who are sub, but how are you all liking the theory crafting? Because like I said, I love the theory crafting. And I guess for the people who are subscribed, I'll say like spoilers. Not really. Lumiere's kit, you want to do crit. You want to build crit, body, speed or attack boots, quantum damage orb, and depending on what tickles your fancy, either energy regen rope or attack rope. Right? Or if you want to do break effect Lumiere, you could do break effect break effect rope. But otherwise, yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much it for like those two, right? Well, I'll mention it again after the ad break, because I know there are gonna be some people who are not privileged. So
Oh shit. Here we go again.
all right. Looks like you all are back. Nice. All right. So I basically spoiled what Lumiere wants as his like relic his main stats, but main stats for Lumiere, I'll say again, crit, body, attack or speed boots, quantum damage orb, and either attack rope or energy regen if you want to feel fancy, Or if you want to do break effect, you can do break effect. Alright. Next up is, or I should say, we should go back to Hero. Hero, basically you want defense, body. I was basically about to explain Hero's relic main stats. Hero, defense, body, defense, defense. Wait, it's just defense. Wait a minute, it's just defense. But you probably at least want, I guess, like, okay, defense, 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 energy regen, or defense, or have one of them be not defense and be HP instead. You could do that too. Substats, you want defense, effect res, HP. Not speed. You want to avoid speed as much as you can. Like Clara, you don't want speed. So, yeah. Sorry. Getting too lost in the music there. But, yeah. Let's talk about the other synergies now that we've done that. Right? Alright, light cones. Preservation light cones. I don't think there's that much actually. Amber, if you have literally nothing. It's a good 3-star light cone. I don't know what else to say. It just gives a really good defense. But day 1 of my new life is nice. If you really want a contingency in case someone attacks your allies, it's nice. Defense, light cone, this one, don't use it, it's bad. Moment of victory is basically Amber, but a 5-star, right? And better. So, get moment of victory. You also want to get hit, so the only thing that like it doesn't matter is the effect hit rate, but even then it's okay because it's still good Lyco, right? Pioneering, we don't care. Was sure. If you really need regen, the Fushuen Light Cone is fine. It also buffs your allies' damage. And when the wearer's HP is reduced, so you are definitely getting your hero is definitely getting his HP reduced. So, start of every wave, restoring HP to all allies by amount equals. Oh, I didn't know that. That does too. But, yeah, Fushuen Light Cone is still good on hero. If you have a free to play, this is still good too. Yeah, this is still good. Like, sure, it doesn't give you that much of a shield, but you get a shield and you take less damage, and you're a defense build, so take less damage. So this is okay. And it's triggered once every 3 turns, but that's fine. And like the shield's gonna last for more than 3 turns and overstay its welcome, for sure. So extra memory is definitely not a bad light cone, especially as a free-to-play one. This is useless. Don't get the battle pass light cone for hero. Trend of the universal market actually is yeah. If I were to summarize Hero's kit, yeah, trend of the universal market is basically Hero in a light cone, in a sense. Because Hero likes having defense, and Hero does damage when he gets hit. So if you want to do this, have the spirit of Hero in a light cone, and you really want the spirit of Hero in a light cone, trend of the universal market. Really nice. Wildfire, actually, wait, this is actually not that bad on Hero. Wait, 5 turns. So, damage decreases by 16% for 5 turns. But the thing, wait, where's Landau's? Did I skip Landau's choice? Okay, yeah. Landau's choice is good. Never mind. I just realized Landau's choice exists. Take Landau's choice. Right. Because We Are Wildfire doesn't do. Well, I guess okay. If you really want to, again, this is the contingency version of Landau's choice. If you really want your allies to not take damage, and you're scared that your allies will take damage, We Are Wildfire is okay. But my personal recommendation is either Trend if you want to do more damage, Texture of Memories if you want a 5-star. If you are Wailing and if you don't have Fushuan, Fushuan Light Cone, Pard Light Cone, Landau's Choice. This is a contingency light cone, and then if you literally have no preservation light cones, but you have Amber, then Amber. Yeah. Alright, relics. I think it should be extremely obvious that you want. Okay, you could do Wuthering Snow. See, the issue with Wuthering Snow is that you want to take turns, so you definitely do not want 4-piece because you're not gonna be taking turns as hero. So 2-piece guard, 2-piece knight, I think is the most obvious choice. I don't think there's any other real choice here, unless you want a really fast hero. You could do Hacker Speed. You really want a really fast hero. But otherwise, sorry. Yeah, nothing else really. It's just literally just Wuthering Snow, Purity Palace. I see literally nothing else. If you want your hero to do damage, I guess you could do 2-piece Glacial. I don't know if you want to or not, but it's an option. Planet Ornaments, I think it should be pretty obvious as well. Hero wants to at least take a turn, so Von Whack could be something you could think about for the regen. Penacony, if you want to help out your team. Where's that? Fleet of the Aegis is not good because you don't want to be fast. Unless you want hero to be fast, then Fleet of the Aegis is okay. And if for the people who okay. Alright. If you want me to pull up if you're just coming in and you're like, Kiyo, I just got in the stream. I don't know who this person is. Who are you talking about? You could yell at me like that, okay? Alright, I'm gonna pin this message because I know there are gonna be some people who are gonna be confused as to who I'm talking about. Okay, I am talking about Hero Amos, one of my model siblings. He is a ice preservation who wants to get hit and is very slow. Alright, Broken Keel is an option. I mean, it is a good option as well because it helps Hero himself, it helps the team, right? I think Broken Keel is best in slot in my opinion, but like Von Whack and Broken Keel I think are the two best in slot. Von Whack so that you can actually have a turn to buff, and Broken Keel to not deal with BS. And then Bellabog has defense. So if you really want that 15% defense buff, there you go. You don't need effect hit rate, so 0 point in trying to do the second part. But if you really want 15% defense, here it is. I still would recommend Broken Kyo and everything else over Bellabog of the Architects, but if you want to maximize defense, again, here it is. Alright. Characters who are good with Hero. That is a good question. People in particular. If you want to dual sustain, Ho-Ho is an option. You could basically treat Ho-Ho as a harmony character, so Ho-Ho very helpful for Hero because it helps. Okay, look, very helpful for Hero because his energy cost is very high. Who else? Yukong actually could be someone you could think about slotting in, because Hero doesn't eat up that turn that Yukong does with her buff. So actually Yukong could be a pretty good slot in for Hero, just because Hero is so slow that Yukong doesn't have to worry about Hero doing anything stupid with taking the turn away from her buff. Locha is a healer. We don't talk about healers. Who else? I guess if you really want links, but no. Hero doesn't scale off of HP, so I don't care. He likes the taunt from links, but he doesn't care about anything else. Right? Because the dot healing doesn't help Hero because he doesn't take turns very much. So let's see, who else? Well is anti-synergistic because he wants enemies to take turns. Bronya is, I guess, an option if you really need Hero to take a turn. Bronya helps propel him up. But if you're making, but again, you shouldn't be doing that. So, Bronya is probably not someone of note. Ting Yun, I guess, is someone of note because she can help Hero get his ultimate. Asta is anti-synergistic because Hero wants to be slow. Himiko. Oh wait, actually, Himiko. Himiko is good because Hero wants to get hit, and when he gets hit, he deals toughness damage to enemies. And toughness damage means that he can break enemies without even taking a turn. So Himiko likes that a ton. So Himiko is an option. No one else in particular that I can say. I guess Runmei. But the thing is, Runmei is also anti-synergistic because she makes enemies slower too, in a sense, because of the extra break. So yeah, the only person that I can say of note is Himiko. Otherwise, like, just go with whoever you want. Like, go with someone who doesn't feel particularly hurt by Hero. So yeah, I don't. Oh wait, I forgot. Yanxi. Wait, Yanxi likes Hero because Hero decreases the chance for allies to get hit. Yanxi doesn't want to get hit, and Hero's ult makes him not get affected by any BS. So Yanxi, the one time Yanxi actually eating good is Hero. Now, not just Japard, but Hero. Who else would be good? I don't know who else would be. I guess dot teams. But I don't know. Like, I can't think of anyone else in, like, particular, right? Yeah, I can't think of anyone else in particular. I guess Gwenifin, I guess I can talk about. Or Gwen, I like to call it Gwen. we can talk about her because she has a debuff called Fire Kiss, which does such you deal additional damage, which lets enemies take additional damage. Fire Kiss increased damage, so it's something to think about, but it's not like huge, because it makes Hero do damage. It lets Hero do more damage. That's nice. Yeah, no one of note really. Like, obviously Hero really does not go well with Clara, because Hero decreases her taunt value. So there's a lot of anti-synergies. I think Hero is like a very specific team kind of comp. So you like people like Yanqing. Like whoever Yanqing goes well with, basically, is what Hero would like. Otherwise, yeah, no one, like, obviously you don't want too many sustains, so any sustained character aside from maybe Huofo. Yeah, like I guess Hero, I guess a team would be Hero, Huofo, Ting Yun, and Yanqing. That's a team, I guess. Because Huofo buffs up Yanqing and gives him energy. And then she also gives Hero energy. And Hero also can potentially freeze people if they hit him. If enemies hit him, because his enemies take toughness damage. Which in turn also buffs Yanqing, because Yanqing does more damage to people who are frozen. Or wait. Is that a no? Is that a? I have a feeling that wait. I think I'm hallucinating. No, I'm not. It's E1 Yanqing. Never mind. But the fact that he's ice means that he likes Yanqing. Right. So that's the synergies with Hero. I'm gonna be honest. Just Heroes requires very specific teams. But it is an interesting playstyle that I did like to like come up with. It may not be meta, but it is a very interesting kit. Alright. Next up. Alright. You know what? Should I do it now? You know what? I'm gonna do it now. Screw it. Alright. I think you already know what I'm gonna say, because I'm like kind of hyping this up low key. Alright, next person. Yeah, I wonder who that is. I wonder who that is, guys. Was this person in chat? I don't know. I don't know, chat. I think it. No, what you talk? No. Mr. Sock Puppet? No. You're wrong. You're wrong. It totally wasn't in chat earlier. Alright, I'm gonna be honest with this though. I feel like I didn't give Kiyosen enough justice. Because I kind of scrambled for this one. Like, I had her kit prepared, just not the names and the thematics of it. So if things look weird, then that's why. Alright, so shout out. By the way, yeah, she was here. Okay, enough joking around, she was here earlier. And because I do know Kiyosen herself, actually. Yeah, we'll just do a slash shout out from now on for this. Give everyone equal treatment, but he was here earlier. But to follow, this one I will very much vouch for. Very much like very hype, cool. You know, hype, but at the same time also relaxing to hang out with. So do check her out. Granted, she hasn't streamed in a while, but she's cooking, chat. All right, she is cooking. Let her cook. Next year is gonna be awesome. All right. All right. Now let's talk about Kiyosen's kit. Again, I feel like I haven't done Kyo enough justice, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. She is a lightning destruction unit. Oh, you can't see that, nice. But she is a lightning destruction. I actually asked Kyo in DMs. I was like, "Hey Kyo, real quick, lightning or quantum?" And I had a feeling she was gonna say lightning, but yeah, she did say lightning. So yeah, lightning. And did you know that Kyo's favorite character is Arlen? And did you know that Arlen is also lightning destruction? Coincidence? I think not. Anyway. Cyberpunk gal here with above average plus HP, high attack, on the lower side, low defense, and above average speed, and she's a destruction unit, so 125 top. This is going to be a interesting kit. I feel like I didn't do much. I didn't invest much time in Kyo's kit, and if you do not like this kit, I will apologize because I feel like I need to spend more time on this kit. But let's talk about it. All right, you can say how weird or how good the kit is, but this is the kit. All right, basic attack. I know this is a recurring theme, except for Hero. Hero's actually defense scaling, so his was interesting, quote unquote. But this time, it's just the same thing again, you know. Basic. But you know, it's there. Yeah, quick shot, basic attack scaling, attack. It's there, you know, just like every other basic, or not every other, but like most other basics, right? I need to blow my nose. I'm feeling something. That was also me coughing. Oh. I really need to play the. You know what? I think. Oh, hold up. Let me get this tab over here so I can access this much.
Ugh.
There you go. Ugh. Maybe I should have that play every time I do exclamation marks. But alright. Kyo's skill. This is probably one of her bread and butters. Nothing personal, kid. But Kyo marks the target with Yakuza's quarry. For those of you who don't know, her community name is the Yakuza, so that's why I'm doing that. And deals large attack scaling damage and then less damage to adjacent enemies. So this is a blast attack. So actually, I just realized Arlen's skill is not a blast. it's single targeted. But this is a blast attack. But yeah. Only one enemy can be marked with Yakuza's quarry at a time. So this is a very specific mechanic that she has. So let's talk about her talent, because it's all about that. Contracted cyber duel. Enemies with Yakuza's quarry are more likely to target Kyon. And I'd be thinking, Kyon looks like a DPS. Should she be getting hit? And yes, they take more damage in general, not just from Kyon, and they deal less damage to Kyon. So enemies with this thing deal less damage to her. So I'm trying to make her like an actual destruction character, okay? She's a bruiser, guys. She's a bruiser, okay? I know you might be looking at her, but I think no, she looks like a Hut character. No, okay? Can't just judge everything by looks alone, guys. All right? You know Hook, that child in Bellabog? No, she is destruction. Clara, destruction. Okay. Anyway. When enemies with Yakuza's quarry attack Kyon, she gains a stacking crit damage buff for her next attack. So whenever people hit Kyon, she does more damage for the next attack. So something to note. Alright. And then we go to this, the ultimate. The one that I drew really bad. This is supposed to be Kion's head with like various buffs around her. But you know, it is what it is. Anyway, it costs 120. I know it's probably cheap for considering what I'm about to say. But deals high attack scale and damage to a single enemy, so this is single target. So unlike Arlen, it's like Arlen, except it's vice versa, right? Arlen's skill is single target, but his ult is a blast. But Kion's skill is a blast, but her ult is a single target. But it deals more damage if the enemy is marked with Yakuza's Quarry. So the quarry thing is very important. Okay, if this ultimate weakness breaks or defeats an enemy, she grants 1 skill point to the team, and Kion gets an extra action. So this extra action is similar to like Resurgence. Like if you know Sela has this thing where she kills an enemy, she gets an extra turn, and this extra turn does not count as a traditional turn. Right? So that's what this means. So she gets a skill point and she gets this extra action that doesn't count towards her turn. So buffs really last longer on Kion because of the fact that she gets this extra turn potential. Right? And I need to blow my nose again, jeez. Maybe I need to drink some water. Did I do the thing? I did not do the thing. I apologize. Alright. So yeah, this ultimate is pretty cracked. Obviously. So you can use this on a ad, so you can like break an enemy. Or you can just use it as a high damage ult. That works too. But yeah. Alright, anyway. Contracted cyber. No, I already did that. And her technique is bonus bounty cyber hunt. So for a set time, this is like the interesting mechanic, kinda sorta, not really. Nearby enemies are marked with Yakuza square. So they have like a bounty little thing on their head. And they glow a specific like kind of like purplish green color. And when you initiate battle with an enemy marked with the thing, a random enemy in the battle will be marked with the thing. I know it's pretty generic, but you know, if it's there, it's there, right? Her main thing is her skill and ultimate, obviously. This is her bread and butter right here. These two. But let's talk about the other stuff. Alright. Blood traces. Alright, A2. Kion heals herself when attacking enemies marked with Yakuza's Quarry. Another bruiser thing. Alright. Might not do the most damage, but she is definitely going to stay alive. Alright. You don't have to worry about her too much. And she can definitely fit in like duo DPS stuff. Right. A4. Cyber Adrenaline lets her remove a debuff on her whenever she is attacked by an enemy with Yakuza's Quarry. So whenever someone gets the mark, she removes a debuff from her. So if they were to be like, oh, I'm a cause you to be entangled. Well, you attacked me, so I'm gonna remove a debuff. Oh, that debuff so happens to be the entangle that you gave me. Oh well, there you go. Right. So yeah. Again, another bruiser, like tanky kind of trace. And then this is the damage trace, the Yakuza network. While Kion is on the field, all allies deal increased lightning damage. So mono lightning is something you can do, like Bailu, Bailu, Kafka, Serval, whoever else, right? Ting Yun, yeah. But minor traces. Lightning. Lightning damage, obviously. Crit rate, because if you didn't know, her talent gives her crit damage. And you know what happens when you get crit damage? You need crit rate. You need to crit in order to get crit rate. I mean, have that even work. So, you need crit rate. If you have no crit rate on Q1, you are messing up. You need crit rate. Alright, anyway. And tertiary stats gonna be HP, because, I mean, she needs HP. she's a bruiser. Alright. Whale time. The whale stuff. Alright, E1. New hostile environment. That's what it's called. The enemy limit for Yakuza's core is removed. Oh, this is probably the hugest freaking thing ever. Like, if you have to low investment, free to play thing, getting E1 is huge. Because not this. Right. This. So there's gonna be multiple enemies taking more damage from Q1. She's gonna get a lot more crit damage stacks, and she's gonna remove a lot of debuffs from herself, and she's gonna do a lot more healing on herself. So she's actually very self-sustaining. E1 alone makes Q1 ridiculous at sustaining and AoE. So if Q1 ever becomes a unit in the game, E1, E1, E1. Get E1. Don't get her light cone. Get E1. I don't care what her light cone is. E1 is stupid good. Okay? It's stupidly good. Alright, E2. Fancy signature. When ultimate is used on an energy and an enemy with Yakuza's core, gain 1 skill point and Q1 gains an extra action. So basically, this requirement here now has an extra little fancy thing here. So if you use an ultimate on someone with the Yakuza's core and you weakness break or defeat that enemy, you gain 2 skill points and Q1 gets 2 extra actions. It's okay. So remember Dan Hung, the dill pickle. Whenever his E2 is similar to this, whenever he uses ultimate, he action forwards himself. Yeah. Yeah. Whenever she uses ultimate on someone, she action advances herself and gains a skill point. I need to blow my nose again, sorry. Oh. Wow.
Ugh.
Alright. Anyway, E3 is talent and basic. Talent's really nice, so it's fine. And basic is whatever. You don't use basic on Q1. E4. This is probably like the most basic thing I gave Q1 ever. This is probably the most basic Eidolon that I've given anyone, I think. Q1 gains a large amount of crit rate. Literally just a lot of crit rate. And that's important because her talent gives her crit damage. And probably a lot of it. And if she doesn't crit, it's not good. And so, sure, she needs crit rate. You know, I think this is just a message to Q1. Just saying. I mean, I feel like I'm like low-key telling Q1, get more crit rate. Wait, okay, I have to check. Sorry Q, but I need to check something real quick. Alright, I have Star up, right? Yeah, I need to check something. Alright, what is this? Oh. Wait, do I have a poll? Wait, hold up, before I do anything. I have a poll. You I'm gonna do a pull. Just a single unit pull. It could be her. You know, it could. No, never mind. What the hell? That void was a void for a sec. Okay, interesting. All right. Anyway, let's check it real quick. Yeah, my message right now. Get more crit rate. Crit rate. Crit rate. Alright, anyway. Enough joking around. Alright. Oh wait. Sorry, I shouldn't be showing this yet. Oh wait. What the hell just happened to my thing? Wait. No, this is normal. Never mind. I was like, I should not be showing this though. Alright. E5 is generic. New growing culture, ultimate and skill, the usual. And then E6 is the real whale hours. Kiyosen grants 1 skill point whenever she attacks an enemy with Yakuza's core. Combined with E1, she literally is SP positive. She is so SP positive on blast scenarios of 3 enemies. So 3 enemies with Yakuza's core, right? And this Yakuza's core doesn't have like a turn duration. I'm gonna say that right now. This does not have a turn duration. It's a mark. It's like Svarog's mark, right? Except this doesn't expire. So yeah. Yeah. I think now we could talk about the build. Kiyosen, main body piece. It is very likely going to be crit rate. You can do crit damage if you end up getting a lot of crit rate somehow, but you're likely going to be getting a crit rate body. But at the very least, crit damage or crit body. Basically, crit piece, whichever one you need more, which is very likely crit rate. Boots. Does Kiyosen care about going fast? Attacker speed boots. Pick your poison. Lightning damage orb. She is a DPS, and attack rope. This is a very easy one to do, right? She's a DPS. I think the main stat build for Kiyosen is pretty simple, right? So, alright. Light cones. Talk about the light. Alright, where else to do this section? Okay, Secret Vow is a decent 4-star light cone. I mean, I feel a lot of people tend to say this, so yeah. The damage percent is just nice. Dill Pickle light cone. If you really need crit rate, I guess, but not recommended. Everything else doesn't matter because Kyo's not using your basic. If you have to, I guess. If you have literally nothing, Collapsing Sky. Jing Liu light cone. I like his attack. 3 stacks. There's awareness. 3 stacks of reach. Additional damage to ignore. Oh, that's actually pretty decent. Yeah. Jing Liu light cone is good. Mutual demise. I mean, maybe. This could be something you could think about if you have a healer. This is a battle pass light cone. What's it? No, battle pass light cone. On a fall of an Eon. This is the yeah. This is obviously a good free to play. a 3-star. And not a good one. Something irreplaceable. Actually... Oh wait, no, sorry. This could be useful if you want to use ult and then use that extra action you get on ult to get that damage increase. Clara Lycone could be okay, but you're probably putting it on Clara, so no. Moles, if you really need attack, I guess. Otherwise, probably better ones. Blade Lycone. Actually, Blade is not that bad because Kiyosen is a bruiser, and yeah, it's fine. Under the Blue Sky, good in waves, bad otherwise. Wolf Walk Time, Kiyosen is lightning, so she doesn't care about the second part, so bad. So yeah, recommendations. Under the Blue Sky if you really want to do pure fiction. Unreachable Side, good. Moles if you have no other 4-star. Clara Lycone, fine. On the Fall of Eon, good free to play. Battle Pass, bad. Jing Liu. Secret Vow if you have Secret Vow. Relics. I think it should be pretty obvious that you're actually maybe not using the lightning one. I forget that the lightning was kind of whatever, right? Because it doesn't do anything like ridiculous, but it is good. Lightning was not bad, but let's see if there's any other ones that are like better, right? You could... Longevous is an option because Kiyosen wants to get hit. No. If you want to be cheeky and do some defense ignore, 4-piece quantum set, otherwise lightning set or Longevous Disciple be good on Kiyosen. Because she wants to get hit. She's more likely to get hit, and she wants to get hit. Right. And ornaments, let's see, good ornament. I assume it's Rudolin Arena. Yeah, it's just Rudolin Arena. Rudolin Arena, or if you really have speed for some reason, Mammoth. Otherwise, I don't really see any other ones that I particularly like. Yeah, just Rudolin Arena. It's the only like good one. Inert Salsado is fine if you want to buff your ultimate. Otherwise, yeah, not much I can say. It's just Rudolin Arena. Just get this. Because, like I said before, Kiyosen really wants crit rate. So, any of the crit rate sets, good. And then, synergy-wise, okay. Synergy-wise, Bronya is really good on Kiyosen. I had no surprise. Why? Okay, let's explain why. Okay, Kiyosen has an ultimate that lets her take an extra action. And you know what that means? Kiyosen can take advantage of Bronya's one turn buff. Like her skill buff. Right? So yeah. Anyone else in particular? Not in particular. Ting Yun helps charge the ult. Ho-Ho helps charge the ult. Excuse me. Fu Xuan makes her more tanky, I guess. So you could do Fu Xuan. You do need a sustain because Kyon just needs. Kyon can sustain herself, but she can't sustain other people. So Fu Xuan is. Blade is a good duo DPS because he can sustain himself. Kyon can sustain herself. That means you need less healers, right? Granted, Kyon does make Blade less likely to get hit, but Blade doesn't care too much, right? Right? But let's see who else. Well, is somewhat anti-synergistic. Let's see. As to speeds people up, that's the usual. Who's anyone in particular? I mean, Silverwolf, we were self-explanatory, but not. Who's lightning? No one in particular here. Really screams out. This is really good. She's really good for Q. Aside from Huohuo, Tingyun, and Bronya, those are the only people who are like, yeah, for sure. I guess Ruin Mei, but Ruin Mei does make people take less turns, so yeah. Yeah. Mostly just Bronya, Tingyun, Huohuo. Those are the only three that I can think of that are like really stand outy for Q1. Otherwise, oh wait, no, wait, Lynx. Lynx helps Q1 get hit. There you go, Lynx. Lynx. Hanya could be interesting too, because Hanya gives the speed buff and the attack buff, and she gives speed. She gives skill points. But I mean that could be said for anyone, right? So yeah, just mostly Lynx, Huohuo, Bronya, Tingyun are the ones that stand out a lot. Everyone else doesn't really stand out too hard. I guess if you want to dual DPS with Yanqing, dual DPS Yanqing, Q1 helps Yanqing not get hit. And then you pair with like Japard. Like Japard, Yanqing, Q1. But that would mean like you would have to deal with like people who are weak to lightning and ice. I guess that's that's still a team, right? Still a viable, I guess, team. But yeah, not much else I can say. Yeah, not much else I can say. Like no one in particular like that can stand out. I guess Yukong with her ult, cause Q1 really needs crit rate, and Yukong gives crit rate, so yeah. And then other lightning characters, she benefits other lightning characters too, so any other lightning DPS, so Serval, Kafka, Arlen, Jing Yuan do benefit from Q1 herself, so that's also something to note. So TLDR, character synergies: Huohuo, Lynx, Tingyun, Bronya. So a team would be like Q1, Tingyun, Bronya, Lynx, or Huohuo. Right? That's probably a team that like people would probably go for. The more realistic one would be Lynx, but you know. Or if you want a dual DPS, it'd probably be Q1 other DPS, Blade Yanqing, Lightning DPS, Lynx, and then you can leave the other one as either Ruan Mei, Tingyun, or Bronya as like the harmony. Or Asta. Asta works too. Or Hanya. And then any support. But yeah. That's pretty much it for Kyon's kit. Very bruiser-like. I don't know if she would like a bruiser freaking thing, but at least she has the same freaking path and element as Arlen. There you go. Alright, next person. Actually, how long is ads? Or how long until ads? Oh, 5 minutes. Yeah, you know what? I can sneak peek, right? I burp. I for burp. That just okay. There we go. Have everything look even, right? Even though it doesn't matter because they're not gonna go into Kiyon. Burp. All right. I'm gonna say right now before we go to the kits or to Burp's kit, this is the first character that I've done. Or that I've shown, sorry, that has a actual unique basic attack. Alright. Burb is a wind harmony. Or what I like to call Path of Harm. Burb is gonna be one of those Path of Harm characters I like to move on. So I like to say Yukong is Path of Harm, right? Because she does damage with her ult and helps the team, right? Burb is kind of the same. He helps the team, but at the same time, he got hands too, you know? Alright, stats wise, Burb has HP. He got HP. He got attack. It's not gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm a DPS kind of like attack stat, but you know. Defense average, a little less than average, but it's something. Speed above average, and taunt is 100 because he's harmony. Actually, before I do anything else, let me shout out. And before I do anything else, let me make sure that I spell Burb's Twitch right, because it's different from his Twitter. Okay. So. This is Burb. He's absolutely cool to hang out with, 100%. Like I would vouch for him. He's one of my friendos that I've met in my VTuber journey. So you check him out. At the very least, check him out. Okay. This is an order from Kiyo. Check him out. Oh, I just realized something. Wait. Am I not connected? Wait. Okay, now I'm connected. Okay. I had V-Ridger up, but apparently I didn't. I didn't actually have it like connected. Now we're good. Burp. Basic attack. This is probably the most. Actually, let's talk about talent first, because I feel like this is gonna be the more important one. Delinquent turned envoy. For those of you who don't know, Burb is a Burb. It's delinquent turned Burb. When in peace mode, Burb gives a passive defense and effect res buff to all allies. When in war mode, Burb gives a passive attack and speed buff to all allies. Burb starts the battle in peace mode. Alright, let's talk about the modes. AKA basic attack. Let's talk about it. If in peace mode. Actually, I should probably explain. Wait. I just realized that skill is the one that switches peace and war mode. Yeah, okay, skill. Skill switches between peace and war mode. And also increases the attack buff and the toughness damage of the next basic attack. And this skill can stack up to 2 times. And this is specifically I'm doing 2. Alright, this is a specific number on purpose. And this does not end Burp's turn. This skill does not end Burp's turn. And then let's go. Let's talk about it. If in peace mode, His basic attack is a basic attack, but it cleanses a debuff from all allies and gives an HP buff to all allies for 1 turn. So it helps your allies. It helps cleanse and makes allies a little bit more tanky. Well, granted, it's only for 1 turn, but you probably want your burp to be fast, so here you go. 1 turn. If in war mode, you do a basic attack, but it also gives a damage buff to all allies for a turn. And obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, because some people might not think it's obvious. You do gain a skill point regardless of which mode you are in. So, if you're in war mode or peace mode, you still get 1 skill point for punching. So, yeah. Alright, ultimate. Diplomatic immunity. Okay, this one might look a little bit weird, but this is supposed to be burp shirt. And then this is like a medal. And that's supposed to be the shiny medal that shows diplomatic immunity. That might not be obvious. I hope it's a little bit obvious. I hope it's obvious, but it doesn't feel like it's obvious. So I apologize if it's not obvious. It's an expensive ult, but it creates a field that lasts for 3 turns. And Burb gains another passive talent buff. So
Oh no!
Another one of these.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Alright. Let's see. Actually, I will be going AFK. I think I'm gonna use the bathroom. It's a good opportunity. So I'm self-evaluation.
You want women to freaking love you? Go to fucking bed, take a shower, take good care of yourself, and self-care.
Okay. Oh no, we're at that part. So never mind. You know what? Since I'm here, or since I'm back, and it still adds, I'm gonna check. Wait, I have Gift Odyssey. Gift Odyssey. I can warp, guys. Guys, I can warp, guys. Wait, let me warp. I wanna warp, guys. Let me warp. Okay.
Oh shit!
Let me
Here we
one
go
do. Let me
again.
do Uno mass warp. All right. All right. Let me. Okay, I get it. You don't want me to do things. Okay. All right. Diplomatic immunity, as I was saying. Creates a field lasting for 3 turns. Burb gets another passive talent buff. So he gains another, basically gains another stack of whatever the buff is. So if he's in peace mode, what he gets defensive effect res, or he gives defensive effect res to all allies. Otherwise, attacking speed to all allies. Excuse me. But and it changes based on what mode he's in. So same thing, right? Whenever an enemy attacks, so if they're buffing themselves, it doesn't count. But if they attack anyone, doesn't matter who, this talent buff will gain an additional stack up to a set number. I don't know what, again, we don't know what this number is because we don't care about the numbers right now. We're just showing off. Right? And then go to the technique. Before we fight, I just wanted to say that you are a freaking a-hole. I'm just anyway. At the start of the next battle, gain 1 skill point and Burb immediately takes action. So if there's someone else who also does this, it will be based off of whoever has a higher speed. Anyway, go to the traces. So obviously you can see that Burb has like a buff that's a versatile buff. You can make him a defensive buffer or a offensive buffer, depending on what you need, right? Generally, you're probably going to be in war mode because war mode is the offensive buff and people like offense, right? But you never know. Maybe you want to cleanse a debuff. Maybe that would be very important. So, there you go. Yeah. Alright. A2, Renegade Roots. First trace. Using basic attack in war mode, action advances Burb by a set %. So this makes war mode a lot more attractive, but Burb does have another trace here. When using basic attack in peace mode, gives a small heal to the ally with the lowest HP percentage. So Burb can heal too. But yeah, A6. Ultimate's field also grants an attack and effect res buff for all allies. I should probably change this to damage. Yeah, I'm gonna change this to damage because alright, this is the second change. Alright. Second change. Second person who has been changed. This is a damage buff instead of an attack buff. Does it matter? Yes, it does. But anyway, minor traces, attack, win damage, and effect res. Burb, I feel like there's a lot, you feel like you're gonna know already, but Burb wants to attack. And this shows off how much Burb wants to attack. Yeah, you're probably gonna be building Burb like a generic Harmony character. Maybe like a sub DPS Harmony character, basic. That's what Burb is. Sub DPS Harmony. Right. Let's go to the Eidolons. We need to talk. I'll crack myself up with these Eidolon names. Alright, Burb's basic attack buffs last for 1 additional turn. So there are gonna be some people who like, oh, this buff sucks. It's only lasts for 1 turn. Now it lasts for 2. Now stop complaining. Alright, anyway. E2. Keeping the peace. Whenever an enemy attacks, Burb gains energy. So, enemies taking the turn means that Burb gains energy, and I think in like where the direction of Star Rail, like enemies are going with the levels, if the higher level they are, they gain more speed. So this is huge. Like enemies are going faster later on in the game. So this could potentially give Burb a lot of energy. E3 is the generic talent ultimate. So a chance for redemption. E4, enforcing diplomacy. If ultimate procs while its buffs are at max stacks, Burb gains a stacking damage buff until his next attack. So this is where Burb can be Path of Harm. Alright, this is sub DPS Burb. Alright. So if this stack here, this up to a set number, if that number has already been reached and you're still getting stacks, you get more damage. Alright, E5 is talk. Basic and skill. I think that's basically his bread and butter is basic and skill. I guess talent too, but mostly skill, because skill also buffs the this, right? And for those of you wondering what does the skill base scale off of? It scales this, right? The attack buff and toughness damage. So or I should say the attack and the buff. For the next attack. Right. E6. When Burb uses skill, Burb applies the basic attack buff of both Peace Mode and War Mode when attacking. So if you want to do like a SP neutral Burb, you can do it. Or even an SP negative Burb, because when you use skill twice, you're basically getting a lot of damage. So yeah. SP negative Burb playstyle. Path of harm. Truly. The path of harm. Alright. That is Burb's kit in a nutshell. TLDR, Burb is a Harmony sub DPS. Freaking Pop. I'm hearing Pom in the background. Just walking again. Alright. Now we can talk about this stuff. Alright. Harmony light codes. This is a battle pass one. That's fine. Yeah, this is okay. I mean, it's not a bad one, but it's not something that I would be like, yes, you have to have this. Right? Obviously, because it's a battle pass light code. Chorus, whatever. Dance, Dance, Dance. Burb's ult is expensive, so I don't think Dance, Dance, Dance is gonna be amazing on Burb in particular. That's a 3-star light code and it's bad. Memories of the Past. Actually, Memories of the Past is actually really good on Burb. Why? Because Burb. Go back to Burb. Burb increases his toughness damage when he uses skill, right? So that means when he's more likely to brick enemies, right? So that means break effect is actually going to be very effective on Burb because he's more likely to be the one who breaks the enemy, and it gives energy. It gives energy. Like, people talk about why this is so good on Run May. This is no exception on Burb. Okay? This is good. And then the good old meshing cogs, same deal. Basically the same deal. Past and future. If you can speed tune, this is a speed tune light cone. So don't care. What is this? This is specifically for Ruin May herself, so we don't care. Planetary Rendezvous, if you're doing mono wind, which you can actually, because you have Burb, Bronya, Woho, and wind DPS, you can do this. So Planetary Rendezvous could be an option if you really want to buff wind damage. And Battle Isn't Over is creates a field, so it technically uses an ultimate ally. It is, if you really want ultimate and you want the energy regen, this is okay. It's fine. Right. It also does require a little bit of speed tuning because of this part, but otherwise, pretty good. Not what I would say is like the best. I think the 4-star ones are the best. Yeah, there's only like 2 Harmony 5 stars. It's the Run May one, which is very specific to her, and then the Bronya one, which is specific to Bronya and whoever like wants to speed tune, right? So yeah. Suggested ones: Planetary Rendezvous for mono win, meshing cogs, Memories of the Past. That's it. That's it. And then the 5-star, if you really want a 5-star, burn your one. Alright, relics for Burb. That's a good question. What does Burb want? Actually, wind set is actually surprisingly fine for like sub DPS burb because it increases his wind damage, and whenever he uses ultimate, he gets action advanced. So that's pretty good. As for any other ones that like feel good, nothing in particular screams anything. Yeah, and if you want Musketeer, because he does use basic attack a lot. In fact, that's the only way he can end his turn is use basic attack. Because skill does not end his turn, so he has to use basic attack. And he only really needs it to use skill twice and then use basic. So yeah, Musketeer for the speed, Messenger. Yeah, Musketeer, Messenger, and Eagle if you want to do that. Otherwise, like anything can really go because Burb is a Harmony character, so so you can put Burb with anything with the right substats. Actually, main stats. Main stats. I forgot to talk about this. Burb needs. Well, okay, nothing in particular. You could do what you could do. If you're going for DPS, Burb is sub DPS. Sorry, it's probably crit, like the usual suspects, right? Crit, speed. Because he's a sub DPS, you don't really care for attack. Speed, wind damage, and then energy. Actually, that feels like energy or attack, depending on how you feel. And then if you're just doing the regular like support Burb, it's just whatever defensive stat or attack, body, defense, not so speed, boots. If you want to do wind damage, Burb, do wind damage, or just do the same thing as whatever the body is, any other defensive stat, and then energy rope, right? The usual suspects. As for the stuff, whichever one you feel is the best for the team, right? Harmony characters are pretty flexible in terms of this, so Broken Keel, if you need effect res, or if you need crit damage for the team, and you have 30% effect res. Penacony if you want to do mono wind. Rudolent Arena if you're going for a DPS Burb, because he only really does damage with basic attack. Space ceiling damage. No, never mind. That's only for yourself. Von Whack if you really need energy. But the thing is, it's not good because Burb's technique allows him to add action forward himself anyway, so I'd say Von Whack is actually bad on Burb. So Penacony, otherwise, if you really need the energy and you don't have Penacony, sprightly. Where's the one that like buffs people's attack? Oh, Fleet of the Ageless. Fleet of the Ageless. Okay, so Broken Keel, Fleet of the Ageless, Penacony, and then Rudolent Arena. Those are the ones I recommend on Burb. Alright, as for our characters who benefit from Burb in particular, I can't say that I would know who benefits in particular. Right? I guess maybe Clara, because because Burb's buffs last for one turn. And people who are slow benefit from one turn stuff. Unless it's like an action forward like Bronya, which in that case it's like that's like for the next attack, right? So Clara benefits from Burb because of his one turn buff, or 2 turns if you have E1. What else in particular? That's a good question. In particular, if you want to use Bailu as a as your sustain, or like if you feel like Bailu is your best bet as a sustain, she does go with Burb in a sense because Burb has cleanse. Burb has cleanse, but Bailu does not. Burb covers what Bailu does not have, basically. So Bailu could work. Who else? Ho-Ho. Well, I did say Ho-Ho already, but Ho-Ho does help Burb's ultimate generation faster, so mention for Burb. I mean, mention for Ho-Ho. Blade is another mention because DPS, wind DPS. Any wind person is helpful. Even Bronya, because Bronya is another support for hyper carry. Sampo. Yep. Daniel. Base Daniel, I should say. Otherwise, I think he's just overall like pretty nice for like anyone really. He is a support, so like you can't really say you can't go super wrong with Burb. But I'd say like slower characters benefit more from Burb. So Clara. Basically Clara. Unless there's someone else in particular. But yeah, Clara. So Clara, Ho-Ho, Tingyun are the people in particular that I would say like go super well with Burb. Or I should say Clara, Ho-Ho. I know I say Tingyun, but like, I mean, like in case you really need Burb to sorry, you really need yeah, if you really need Burb to use his ult, yeah, Tingyun. But otherwise, Ho-Ho, Clara are the two people that I think of in my top of my head. But yeah, I don't have anyone else that I can think of. So I think we're just gonna go to the next person. Let me make sure I have. Oh, I don't. Okay, we're getting to that point. Oh no, do I have to do this? Oh, I'm kind of scared of doing this because this is actually someone that I've been watching a lot like recently, and also probably the person who like really made me like Star Rail even more. So alright, this is probably someone you've probably heard me mention a lot when I play Star Rail. Alright, I'm gonna do it because I'm gonna save the other people. Yeah, the other people I want to save for last because their time zones are time zones. Alright. Alright. Oh no. Yeah, I talk about Vita quite a bit whenever I play Star Rail, so. This, I'm gonna say right now, is the meme one. Because. Actually, wait, before I do anything else. Let me go to Twitter real quick. Because I need to find a specific thing. Okay. Let me mute the thing. So I don't accidentally make you guys listen to it. Where is it? How far down is it? How long ago did she say this? Wait, no, I think I'm going too far down. Yeah, this is like after that. After that. After this. Where? I think I'm blind, guys. Okay. Anya. Oh. Where is it? Wait, where is that video? Oh, I can't find the video that I posted on Twitter. Wait, no, I found it. Never mind. Hide it for me. Okay. Alright. So this is the reason why I did this for Mina. Okay. Oh wait, I muted the okay. Oh, before I do that, I feel for those of you who don't know who Mina is mostly a gacha gamer. She plays Star Rail, she plays Genshin, she plays her stuff. No, she is kind of going a little bit more to variety. She did play Lethal Company with like various like Star Rail voice actors. So, and some of her friends, Star Rail like content creators, right? But yeah, alright, oh, I'ma hope this doesn't trigger her. I'ma hope that this doesn't accidentally trigger her. Because for those of you who don't know, shoutouts, like, streamers see shoutouts. So I'm a little bit concerned. There you go. Do follow her, she's amazing. Alright. I'm gonna mute Star Rail. Alright. This is the reason why I'm doing this, okay? Alright, this is what started me to be like, oh, I'm gonna do a Kiyo-Sekai where I freaking make character kits for VTubers.
I think it'd be so funny if someone like actually made me like a character sheet, like a Star Rail character sheet, just like fully like lore accurate to me as a person. I think that would
I feel like I'm not
be
gonna do a
the
good job.
funniest shit. Wait, I think it'd be so funny if
I'm gonna say right now, I feel like I'm not gonna do a good job. So if Mina somehow sees this, I'm going to be sorry, cause Gomez is sorry. I am going to accidentally make this not look good. The character kit might not be good, so I apologize if it doesn't look good. I will say this is the meme one, so yeah. Anyway, but all right. But I'm gonna say right now, I have a second layer for information, cause this part, there's a lot more to simping. There is more information about the simping. Before we go to anything else, let me first. There we go. At the Star Rail thing in the background. Mina's imaginary and nihility. Why imaginary? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Because waifus are imaginary, sure. We'll go with that. And a nihility, because I've heard multiple times that she's a nihility. So, there you go. Alright. Anyway, her HP high, why? Because I said so. Attack low, because you'll find out why. Defense above average, because sure. And speed high, because, you know, I gotta keep that debuffs. Keep those debuffs going, right? And then top 100, because nihility. Self-explanatory. Anyway. Alright, this is the meme one. I gotta rub my cheeks so I don't accidentally, no, I will intentionally laugh. But I'll rub my cheeks so I don't make myself suffer. Alright. Mina's basic is simping. Okay, I already figured out, so I mean, it's to be expected, right? Simping. Mina does not attack, alright? I know, this is a very unique thing, but she does not attack with her basic. Instead, she simps for a target. Alright? This target can be an ally or an enemy. Alright? And of course I had to specify that this does give a skill point. Okay. I know basics give skill points. But there might be some people who are like, this mechanic is so unique, I don't know if this gives a skill point. It gives a skill point, don't worry. Okay. The target ally or enemy that Mina simps for gains an indefinite buff based on their path. However, she can only sit for one person at a time. I know that's weird because Mina can sit for many people at a time, but I think for the sake of game mechanics, she can only sit for one person at a time. Okay. All right. I don't want to freaking reveal this layer, cause this part has very specific things about it, and I don't know if I want to open it. There's so much like there's so much in it that I had to lower the font size. So I don't know if you guys will be able to even see it. That's how bad I don't want to open this like second layer that I have. Like the big wall of text. Like I know you guys are already seeing E6 is a big wall of text. But I think okay, we're gonna move on. I think after we talk about the abilities here, we'll talk about the wall of text. That is hidden, not the E6 wall of text. All right, we'll do talent because it's about sipping. All right, pop off, queen. All right. Whenever Mina's sipping target acts, Mina applies a moderate speed and attack buff to the target if they're an ally, or if they're not an ally. Yeah, I mean, thinking why is Mina Nihility if she's giving buffs? Because she can target other people, right? She can target enemies, so she can apply a random DOT if they are an enemy. So that's nice. All right. And there's another reason. All right. She's Nihility because of the stuff that I'm hiding. Okay. I can't. I don't want to show this yet. Because I feel like I'm gonna laugh. Alright, anyway. Her skill is exclamation free to play, because she's free to play, guys. Alright. She's free to play. Okay, anyway. Oh wait, no, there's also another wall of text. So this no. Why do memes have to be walls of text? Alright, anyway. Random effects may happen. And this does not end Mina's turn. So you can gacha as much as you want. Alright? Or sorry. Yeah, you can roll however much you want. Or pull or whatever you wanna, whatever your freaking thing is called, okay? Pull, wish, star rail pass, choo choo, whatever. I don't know terminology, okay? I only play star rail. But yeah. Exclamation free to play. By the way, I am free to play. For those of you wondering, yes, I am a free to play player in Star Rail. Like, I'm so free to play that I build March like a bruiser. But anyway, ultimate. Okay, this is a very specific thing. Okay, you might be wondering why this is like this. Okay, so Mina has this random redeem that I think is funny, which it's called absolutely nothing, and there's like a deluxe edition of this that costs more. So when you redeem this, assuming that she says that she will actually do it, she you know what, maybe I don't want to get a clip. I'd be clip digging and all that fun stuff. No, I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that. Alright, but this basically deals attack damage to all enemies. Refreshes all debuff durations and triggers DOT. So it's like Kafka, except it also refreshes DOT. But it doesn't give a DOT of her own, though. So, because she is imaginary, so there is no like DOT. Why do I keep saying DOT? I always say dots. Oh, now I'm saying DOT for some reason. Okay, dots. The imaginary does not have dots. It's just imprison. But imprison is just an action delay, so it's whatever. 120 cost. I don't know if I should make it 120, but it's 120. All right. Technique. His life is like a gotcha. At the start of the next battle, Mina applies a random amount of random debuffs of varying values to all enemies. So the enemy could this number can range from 0 to whatever this random fitting number is. I don't know. All I know is that the minimum amount of debuffs that someone can get is 0. Okay. All right. The debuffs can be attack, defense, speed, and then the 4 dots, right? Oh, my nose. All right. And yeah. I explained all the ability. Okay, I'm scared. I don't. Okay, I have to. Okay. Oh. You see this wall? This is why. Okay. All right. Don't worry. I have the power of zooming in though, so it's fine. All right. Preservation. Enemies who attack this ally have a chance to gain a random scaling. The scales off of break effect. By the way, when I say scaling, her stuff scales off of break effect. Okay. Destruction. If she sends for a destruction ally, their attack has a chance to apply a DOT, a dot. All right. Harmony. Whenever this ally acts, a random enemy will take dot damage. Of any kind, like whichever ones that they have on them. Right. Nihility. If she buffs a Nihility character, whenever that character applies a dot, it is immediately triggered. So basically, you turn someone into Kef. Mina can turn someone into. Oh. That's it. You know, she would. She would. Sampo. Nah, I'm gonna turn Sampo into a hot anime. You know, she probably would. Anyway, abundance. Whenever this ally applies healing, a random enemy takes dot. So, self-explanatory. I don't think I'm just reading out at this point. You know, whenever this ally uses ultimate, they apply scaling weakness break effect to the target. So, very good if you have allies like Argenti, Serval, Himeko, any erudition ally that involves a dot. So fire, wind, lightning, and physical. Yep. Alright, Hunt. Whenever this ally attacks, they ignore the enemy's buffs and some defense. So this is the only like. I mean, yeah, ignoring defense is technically kind of a debuff for the enemy. Oh no, they ignore the enemy's buffs. So there you go. If you want your Hunt character to do more damage to an enemy that is very annoying and has a very specific thing, like for example a barrier or a I know there's some enemies that have defense increase. Like I think the deer or like one of the I forget. No, it is the deer. The deer has the defense increase randomly. And then alright, the next okay, self-cess. If Mina sends for herself, because you know, I've seen that art. If she sends for herself, all allies and enemies will become blonde until she simps for another target. And it's because she is a Nihility character. Oh wait, she's a Nihility character, so it's kind of useless. You don't really want to simp for her, so never mind. I mean, wait, no, but she can technically apply dot randomly, so it's fine. But because whenever Mina's sipping target X, oh wait, no, never mind. Skill does it. But okay, now we go to here. If Mina simps for a blonde, she will become a pathetic stomping wet cat. I sure hope Mina isn't watching. Alright, next up, if she simps for an enemy, their overall stats will decrease. We're not gonna talk about numbers because we're not talking about math and meta. We're talking about showing off. Alright. math and meta. No, memes and Mina. Anyway. Enemy. If the target enemy is considered beautiful by Mina standards, the value of the simping effect is increased by a percentage. I don't know. Maybe doubled, maybe tripled. I don't know. Again, we're not talking about math and meta. We're talking about memes and Mina. But and then I already said before, but Mina's simping effect scales off of brick effect because she breaks down. I forgot I wrote this too. Because she breaks down when she simps. All right. And then the other part of the text is the randomness of her skill. She has a high chance to trigger a random dot on an enemy, a low chance to make an enemy gain all 4 dots, a low chance of a random ally being action forward, and another chance for her to just immediately end her turn for like no reason. But yeah, that's the big wall of text. So yeah, will I put this in? Wait, I forget? Does Mina have an art tag? I think she does, but oh yeah. Let me check. It's probably there somewhere. I don't know what it is, but if I know what the art tag is, I might do it. All right. Ah, my nose. Oh, hold up. I'll blow my nose. So if you hate the sound of people blowing their noses, like mute for like 10 seconds. All right. I'm giving you a warning now. All right. Because I tend to do it at least like once per stream. Because talking helps me clear up my nose, apparently. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I don't talk much IRL. But yeah. Alright, that's enough of of that stupidity. Because that's a long wall of text. Alright. Colorblind to red flags. A2. Whenever talent is triggered, she applies a damage debuff to a simped enemy. Wait. So this encourages her to simp for enemies. So I mean, she has simp for Cocolia, you know. Imagine if Cocolia did actually randomly like revive. That would be. I would probably be hearing Mina barking right now. Anyway, down. You know, let me zoom in on these. All right. I may not be an artist, but I think I've done enough to get the message across. Okay. Alright, anyway. Down Horrendous is her second trait. Simping cleanses a debuff from target allies and applies a random brick effect scaling dot to target enemies. So, there you go. If you need to cleanse an ally, you can simp for Mina can simp for allies so she can cleanse. Alright, and then A6, whenever Mina uses her skill, she gains energy. So, granted, her ult cost is not very high. It's average, but is very helpful, you know. Alright, and then here we go. Oh wait, no, sorry, minor traces. Break effect, because her main stat is break effect. Secondary stat is speed, and her other effect is effect hit rate, because she needs effect hit rate. She's an agility girl, so. Alright. E1. It all started with this freaking degeneracy. And that is why I am in this hole. Anyway. Mina immediately gains an extra action at the start of battle, so she immediately acts. So she could at the start of the battle you'd be like, oh, Mina needs to simp for someone. There you go. E1 simp. Immediate simping. Is this required? Probably not the most required one because Von Whack exists. But I don't know if you want Von Whack on Mina that badly. I don't know. Anyway. E2. Scatter. You know, because at the end of her, in her freaking redeem, she says sketches sometimes. Alright. Normal enemies affected by ultimate, so this thing, are immediately weakness broken. This may apply, this may affect certain things, which is why I added that. Because it says that it then leaves the battle. Alright, normies. Freaking normies. Nah, I'm not gonna do this one. I can't. I have people at home. And I am, unfortunately, a guy who is pretty quiet, so if they hear weird noises, they're gonna be real confused. Alright, anyway. E3 is a generic talent skill into the gacha hole. E4, free to play equals forced to pay. Skill has a chance to not use up a skill point. You know? You gotcha in the gotcha. You know? And then E5, because she's a streamer. And ultimate is basically because she's a streamer. And her basic... I mean... You don't have to be a streamer to sim. I think that's pretty obvious, right? Just look at you all, right? I'm just kidding. Anyway, I'm not joking, but you get what I mean. So just stream your things. E5. I feel like this is the weakest one. This could be better, but you know, it's fine. East. If you really want to wail for Mina and support her, like a simp that you are, Mina can now simp for you, the player. I know. That's a down bad simp's wet dream. Alright. You, the player, will now turn into a pretty blonde anime girl. Alright. Specifically to Mina's taste. But you unfortunately do have a 1% chance of instead becoming a pathetic sopping wet cat. Like whenever Mina sees a pretty blonde woman, okay? So you could end up becoming like Mina herself, okay? But I know people are gonna be like, I'm gonna take the chances. And then 1% of the people who take the chances are gonna become a sopping wet cat, but you know, it is what it is, right? You are considered as all pass. So for the sake of like the simping. So if Mina simps for you, is considered as all of this. All of this applies. And blonde. So blonde means that the oh no, she just becomes a soppy wet. Oh wait, never mind. I forgot. I thought blonde does an extra thing, but no, it just turns her to a soppy wet. But simping for the player is treated as simping for all allies, including Mina herself. So that means you also apply self-cest. So that means all allies will become blonde. So all of these are applied whenever Mina simps for the player. Okay. Alright. You might be thinking, Kiyo, what is the freaking synergies, builds? What does Mino need? That's a good question. I have no idea. Let's find out together. Alright. Oh my goodness, I forgot I had this thing randomly. Okay. It's the freaking web event. Oops. Alright. I'm sorry if I blew anyone's ears. But let's talk about light codes. Alright. Effect hit rate. Attack. Well, this light cone is bad on Mina. In fact, it is worse than in Eyes of Prey. Because Mina does not attack. So, this is useless. And this is the best part of the light cone. So sorry. I know this is a goated light code, but Mina does not attack, therefore this is bad. Eyes of Prey is good because she does inflict dots. So very, very standard good light code. For Mana, I mean, break effect. She does scale off of break effect. So this is good. Increases the damage to enemies afflicted shot or wind shear. So this part is random because you have to deal. Mina has to deal shock or wind shear, but you don't know what Mina's gonna afflict. Like it could end up being bleed or burn. So not a light code I'd probably suggest. Good night sleep. Well, I don't remember if damage increases dots. If it does, then it's okay. Oh wait, no, it says right there. I'm blind. This effective also applies to dots. Yeah, this could be something that you could do. That's a 3-star light cone. Ew. No. Wet light cone bad. Incessant rain bad. Loop is a 3-star. Ew. Got my rare speed. This gives speed when you attack, so the Kafka light cone. As much as Mina loves Kafka, nope, bad light cone. So, bad light cone because it requires to hit an enemy. Break effect when where uses their ult. Well, actually, wait, Mina does attack with her. Wait, no, wait, what am I thinking? Wait, no, Mina does attack. She has ultimate. Her only way of attacking is ultimate. Oh. But you're not gonna build things around her ult. Okay? You're gonna build around her simping, okay? Alright, so, no. When the wearer uses their ultimate, increases dot dealt by the wearer by lasting 2 turns. Our enemy suffering from dot opposed is defeated. It's the free one, so I guess it's a 5-star thing you want to use on Mina. Void. 3-star, ew. And wait, I don't know where to use basic attack or skill. Wait. Wait, actually, this light code actually makes Mina, allows Mina to attack. Wait, no, but she doesn't attack. It says random enemy that's okay. Never mind. Wait, actually, let me check. Let me check the thing again. Hold up. Wait, actually. She can gotcha the hold up. Wait. She can gotcha the random dot trigger, which means that she technically hits an enemy. So that actually means she can do that. Wait. Wait, hold on. Actually, if you E4 Mina, you can actually use the Battle Pass Nihility light code on Mina, and she'll do damage. Because after the wearer uses basic attack or skill, and then she triggers a dot on someone, that's considered damaging an enemy. Or an enemy that gets attacked. So yeah, and it's the one that has a high chance of it happening too. So if you have E4, you have also a chance to just recover the skill point. So Mina can if you get lucky enough, you can have Mina constantly deal damage with this light code. So if you have E4 Mina, you could use the Battle Pass light code. And I mean, it makes sense because It's a battle pass. It means you have to pay money. Sorry. Okay, and then so the good light cones for Mina is if you have E4 Mina, this is actually a pretty interesting contender. Probably wouldn't recommend it, but it's something that you can think about. Good night and sleep well if you want to focus on dots, and then Eyes of Prey. So literally only 4-star light code. It's kind of sad, but you know the 4-star light codes are good though in Nihility. So can't fault for only 4 stars being good for me. But relics. I believe this light cone does not apply to dots, or I should say the dealing damage part doesn't apply to dots, so I don't think this set is good on Mina. Also, she scales off a break effect, so Thief of Shooting Meteor is probably the most obvious thing. As for everything else, you could 2-piece Messenger and then something else. 2-piece Messenger, 2-piece Meteor could be something. She is imaginary, but she's not attacking, so it doesn't matter. And she's not doing, yeah, she doesn't deal imaginary damage. She deals dot damage, which can be like any of the stuff. So literally just Thief of Shooting Meteor and or 2-piece Messenger Thief. I don't really see any other like thing you could use. If you want Mina to be tanky, I guess Wuthering Snow, but why? Right. Like obviously 2-piece Wuthering, not 4-piece. 4 pieces of meme. It's not really that much of a meme, but it's still a meme. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Messenger, Thief of Shooting Meteor. That's basically like Runpei. So, yeah, Thief, Messenger. Then ornaments wise, probably Talia, probably Wanwhack. Penacony if you want to do mono imaginary, which is possible. You have Luocha as a healer, and then yeah, Penacony is good, Spretly is good, Talia is good. Let's see. I guess I need support support. Support ornament is fine too. So Fleet of the Ageless. Make Mina more tanky. Kiyo for effect res, right? And I already mentioned Penacony and Sprightly, so yeah. I forgot to mention the main stats that you want, right? Yeah, I didn't mention main stats. Main stats, basically whatever Ruin Mei wants, right? Because Mina scales off a break effect, so whatever Ruin Mei wants. So whatever the frick. Body, speed boots, whatever the frick, orb, and energy rope. Or energy or break effect. Okay, the only exception would be energy or break effect. Yeah. So, am I missing anything? Substats, obviously break effect, speed, effect res, HP, defense. The usual support stuff. But mostly break effect because she scales off of break effect. Alright. Now we go for the synergies with characters. Alright, should be painfully obvious that she likes dot characters. She does detonate things like Kafka, so Kafka is definitely someone you want to bring her with. Oh gee, what a surprise. Mina, one of the biggest simps for Kafka, goes well with Kafka. But let's see. Who else can I say in particular? Ron May. I guess Ron May maybe. Ron May. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Mina and Ron May actually. Let me think about this a little bit more. Cause as long as Mina triggers the dots, like if it's Mina, Ron May, Kafka, then it can work. Because Kafka can trigger the dots, and Mina can sit for Kafka, as per usual, and she can like just trigger dots multiple times, so it's fine. So basically, she wants dot characters. So any dots, so Sampo, Luca, even Asta, because she does give burn. Himiko, I believe also does the same thing, kind of. Himiko, Asta, Sampo, Luca, Kafka, Luocha for mono imaginary, Daniel for mono imaginary, well, if you want it, well, if you have Kafka. But otherwise, probably not. Because that's already 3 people. Right, so probably not. Well, because what requires Kafka? Because Kafka needs to detonate. Huo Huo Tingyun is I've said this so many times.
Oh no! Oh no!
I've said this many times, but oh no! Whatever, show it. What am I gonna do? That's a good question. I don't know. What should I do? All right. That's what I'm gonna do. I can't wait to cook the stuff that I want to cook later. But granted, I have 2 more. After Mina, I have 2 more people though. I have 2 more people after Mina. So I have to do this carefully. I have to go like a little bit quick if I want to rate out into the person I watch music videos. Yeah. Oh yeah, also I do want to say to all the people who do know me, if you want me to make a meme one for you, then I can do a meme one for you. Cause everyone else, I'm gonna say right now, kit wise, I have only done like serious ones. I mean, even Mina's was like somewhat serious, right? But even then, if you want me to do a meme one like Mina's, then I can do a meme one. Just DM me. If you're one of my friends, just DM me, and we'll be in. I'm slightly tempted to actually like crush these sweet potato snacks. It's like hard. They're like a hard snack, and just use it for something else. I don't know. And don't mind me, I'm also gonna be checking Twitter.
Oh shit.
Hey,
Here we go
we're back.
again.
Alright, let's go back to the stuff that we talked about. Synergies. Alright, I'll talk about Ting Yun and Ho Ho. I've said this to the other people about the other people that we've talked about before. He charges Mina's ult, so it's good. Alright? I'm gonna be honest, this is probably the most obvious thing, but Mina is going to be extremely good in pure fiction. Why? Because Mina literally gets rid of all normal enemies. I assume pure fiction is gonna be like mostly normal enemies, and then you also have the you also have one like boss or elite in the middle. So I am still eating the potato. Sweet potatoes. Alright, I'll stop. Alright. So, in summary, I'll just say it again. People who like to be with Mina, Kafka, Ruin Mei if she is with Kafka, any dot character, so Sampo, Luca, Gwen, or anyone who like just brings in dots, so Serval even could work. I think Hook also does burn too. Yeah, let me check. I don't use Hook, so I don't know her kit. I get Tori look at burn. Oh yeah, so she does like burning. Cause she gets extra energy whenever she burns. Yeah. Burns. That's good. That's real nice. But yeah, Ruin Mei with Kafka, anyone who applies a dot, but preferably any like specific dot character, so Sampo, Luca, Gwen, Serval has good dot, actually pretty good dots for a erudition. Yeah, and then Ting Yun Ho Ho, sorry. Ting Yun Ho Ho for the energy battery. You could even argue Doctor Ratio too, because Mina's gonna, you can apply debuffs with Mina, so Doctor Ratio. And then yeah, that's pretty much all I can think of in terms of people who would be good here with Mina in particular. So I think we can move on actually to the next people. All right. I can't believe I made an extremely long thing just for Mina. This freaking thing should not be that big, but it is. Alright, anyway. That is Mina. Do absolutely check her out, she's awesome. I love seeing her stuff. Like, it doesn't matter if it's Star Rail or not, I just like seeing her stupidity. Alright, next up. Alright. Taka. Well, the third person to do this. Alright. He is a Fire Harmony. Let me actually shout out. Shout out. I saw a random thing and I thought I got scared for a second. But it doesn't look like it was anything. Okay. There you go. Taka is actually one of the people who I've like met like really early on when I started VTubing. Like same with Kiwan and Burb and all those other people, but also Nana 10 and like all the other homies too. Yeah, very much a like rhythm / FPS gamer. He also does sometimes play Star Rail from time to time, so he does know about Star Rail, so that's also nice. He's a fire boy. That's what I like to call him. I call him Fire Boy. I need to blow my nose because oh my frick goodness. Nose. Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness, my nose. All right. I need to keep remembering to play the. There you go. I've done correct. I have redeemed myself. Alright. Taka is a Fire Harmony character. I'm gonna be honest, I think Taka's kit, I made Taka's kit ridiculous. So, I'm okay. Taka actually did give me some information. I'm not gonna lie, Taka actually did give me information for this one. So let me actually pull it up for myself to see, so that I can explain it. Alright. It doesn't mean that I can't see anything, chat, but that's fine. Red and blue dude wielding gun ukulele has a things for pretty looking fire. But that's not the only thing that he sent, because I replied to him because he's my friend. So I actually got so many I got so many directions to go with this kit. Like I actually thought about fire abundance. But it was like Fire Harmony or Fire Abundance. But I went with Fire Harmony because he replied to that reply with a Fire Harmony kit, which is a very retaliatory kind of kit. It's like I call it Path of Harm. Every time I see a damage based Harmony build or Harmony kit, I always call that kit Path of Harm. So Taka's kit is Path of Harm, or the Taka's kit that he sent me is Path of Harm. And then I saw the kit and I was like, okay, this feels like it would go really well with Clara. So I asked, hey, are you a Clara me? Actually, I did say I was gonna show it on stream, so let me actually show it. Oh, good thing I had this other freaking browser thing too. I was gonna change to something else. Alright. So this is what Taka sent. Let me reset the transfer. It's way too big. Alright, so this is what Taka sent me. It's probably in like Notepad or something. So basically, basic attack is a basic attack. Skill is basically a blast attack and inflicts burn. Ult gives a buff to all people as he returns. His talent is the follow-up attack that made me think, oh, is Taka a Clara mate? Because this really helps. An ally lost at least 10% of their HP from the enemy attack, excluding dots. A fallout retaliation is triggered where Taka fires a round at the enemy doing fire damage, and the number of shots fired is increased for each 5% of health that the ally lost, in addition to an additional 10%. So if they lose like 20% HP, Taka will shoot 3 times. However, this can only be triggered twice per cycle. He did say cycle, specifically word-wise, so I'm a little bit concerned about that wording. Because cycle could mean like MOC cycle, or it could be turn. I assume it means turn. So similar to March, right? So why I said this, why I thought Taka could have been a Clara main was because of the fact that we want to build Clara as a DPS, right? So you don't really want Clara to have a ton of health. But if you build Clara too squishy, right, then she's gonna die. Right, so you build Clara DPS, and then you have someone else like sustain for her, right? So like Lynx, Fushuan, assuming that Fushuan doesn't have Landau's choice, and yeah, or like any of the taunt light cones. Yeah. Do that, and then Clara will take less damage. But yeah, because Clara is built as like a DPS. Clara could lose a ton of health. Like she could end up losing a ton of health, and it could make Taka shoot a lot. and that's why it's so ridiculous. I think it's so ridiculous, depending on how much the talent scales. So yeah. And then the Eidolons, I actually didn't look at the Eidolons. You actually wait 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. When using ult, the buff directions increase by 1 turn. Okay, yeah. Talent can be triggered 4 times instead of 2. Okay. talent buffs ridiculous. Ult can now regenerate energy for all allies is freaking huge. And then this bullet has your name on it, which increases crit rate and damage for talent. So this turns him into a hyper. This is Path of Harm. That freaking thing turns him into Path of Harm. Trace ideas. What is this? Okay, you probably can't see it. Oh no, you can see it. He does only have 2 traces, so technically this is a nerfed version of what it could be, but it is what it is, right? He didn't give me another image. So. Burn inflicted by skill will have its duration extended when an enemy inflicted by burn is hit with skill. Triggers burn dot damage one time in addition to addition. So basically, it turns into Kafka, except it's burn only. But it's yeah. And then when talent is triggered, Taka regens energy, which also means, okay, for those of you who don't know, follow-up attacks actually do generate energy. So I believe the normal amount of energy you gain when triggering a follow-up attack is 10 energy. So you get more energy in addition to the talent giving you 10 energy, so it's actually ridiculous. So yeah, Taka's freaking talent is golden. At least in the kit that he sent me. Well, I'm not here to copy off and plagiarize the kit, so we're not here to talk about that kit. Even though we did. We're talking about the kit that I made. Here we go. HP is average, a little bit below people who are like in the average range. His attack is above average. His defense is average, but higher than the average averager. And his speed is high, because he wants to be fast. And you'll see why you want him to be fast. And his taunt is 100, because he's Harmony. Makes sense. No taunt, like, specific taunt mechanics on Taka. At least there shouldn't be. Alright. Taka's basic actually is pretty special. So, we have our second person who's actually has a special basic attack. Unfortunately though, it does require setup, so if you have 0 setup with this basic attack, then it just deals basic attack damage. It scales off of attack. But let's talk about talent, because talent is what fuels the fires of basic. Anyway, Fiery Passion. Whenever an ally takes action, Taka gains a stack of Blazing Tempo. We're gonna call this stack Blazing Tempo. This can stack indefinitely, by the way. Maybe it'll stack up to like 20 or something. I don't know. But it has a max stack. Maybe it might have a max stack, maybe not. But the next attack against an enemy with lit is this. Oh, actually, let's talk about basic again. Consumes all when he uses his basic attack, he consumes all accumulated Blazing Tempo that he has accumulated to deal extra toughness damage per stack. If Taka weakness breaks the enemy with his basic attack, he marks the enemy with stacks of lit equal to his consumed Blazing Tempo stacks. So if he had 5 stacks of Blazing Tempo, Taka will mark an enemy with 5 stacks of lit. And then the next attack against this enemy with lit consumes all lit stacks and will trigger a follow attack from Taka. I didn't write this down specifically, but the follow attack damage deals damage based off of his attack and amount of lit stacks on the enemy. So yeah, this one's a little bit weird to like explain, because a basic attack depends on talent. So that's why I had to talk about talent. Alright. This is where I think Taka's kit gets ridiculous. His skill, Rousing Serenade, he plays ukulele, and he gives an ally an extra turn and a small break effect buff. You might be thinking, okay, Kiyo, this is just Bronya. Alright, this Bronya, except it gives break effect buff to the ally instead, so that's a weaker Bronya, right? And I'll tell you that Unfortunately, you are incorrect. Why? Let me explain. This extra turn is like Sela's extra turn. So this extra turn that Taka gives to an ally does not consume a turn for the sake of buffs. So this also doesn't action advance allies. So if so let's say Taka is Taka's turn and then he uses skill on an ally. But that if he hadn't used his skill, if he uses basic attack instead, that ally would have went next, right? So for example, actually let me make a new layer. Okay. So let me do this. So this is gonna be explanation. So let's say Taka. Taka is going, right? Alright, and then the ally, right? So if Taka uses his skill, he gives an ally an extra action. So this is what the turn will look like if Taka uses his skill. Yes, you saw that correctly. The ally will act because of the extra turn, and then the ally's actual turn will start. So Taka's thing is huge. Alright. Taka's skill is huge. Okay? And then he gains a stack of Blazing Tempo when he uses Rousing Serenade, just because why not? And then his ultimate is a real big kicker, alright? I don't know how much I should make his ult cost. I probably feel like making it 160 because it's so good. It gives all allies except Taka an extra turn. So basically his skill except it's all allies except himself. It does not. Yeah. I did the disclaimer again. And all allies, including Taka, gain a crit rate and crit damage buff for 1 turn. And yes, I specifically have to emphasize 1 turn because the extra turn doesn't count as a turn. So that means that Taka effectively gives a buff for allies for 2 turns. Because they give the allies an extra turn that doesn't count as a turn. And then they do their turn. Or if you want to be real fancy, you have Taka start his turn. Use ultimate. And then use skill on an ally. You see where this is going, right? So you give one specific ally 2 extra actions. And then they do their regular turn. So that you're giving people 3 turns. You could effectively give someone, one ally, 3 turns of crit rate, crit damage buff. That's how goated this ultimate is. And how much I really want to up the freaking cost of this ultimate. That is so good. And hyper carry it's so good in hyper carry situations. Alright. And then we got his technique. It's called Ignite the Rhythm. He immediately attacks the enemy, and then when he enters battle, he deals fire damage, yeah, and then gains stacks of Blazing Tempo, and a random enemy gains stacks of Lit. So that means you can actually potentially, you can trigger his follow-up attack at the start of the battle, because a random enemy is gonna get a stack of Lit. However many stacks, I don't know. It's probably a specific number. I don't know what number, but maybe 2 to 4 stacks. I don't know. But you gain stacks of Blazing Tempo and Lit, and an enemy gets Lit. So you're already like building up the Blazing Tempo for his basic. Alright. That's his kit. That already sounds ridiculous. But Kiyo, how can this get even more ridiculous? Let's see. A2 trace. Basic attack, also accelerando. I'm gonna be honest, this is probably the one that I don't know. I didn't know what to name, so I did accelerando. But basic attack also action advances Taka by a small amount. So he action advances. So it makes using basic something that he should definitely use, right? Because he wants to build up his blazing tempo, so he uses his basic, right? So this like kind of helps Taka like do things faster. Right. A4, drop it like it's hot. Whenever Taka weakness breaks an enemy, Taka gains speed for a turn. So you obviously you could tell that Taka really likes break effect. I mean his primary minor trace is break effect, but yeah. So this is good. The only time where you're gonna weakness break obviously is basic. So whenever Taka weakness breaks an enemy with basic, he gains speed, and that's good. So that means he's gonna action advance and gain speed. So basically this is just the same thing, except this is more speed. Right. Or if you really need to get like A2 is like, oh, Taka it's Taka's turn, but you have no skill points, and you can just use that to like go to make your next turn go much faster, right? And then A4 is when you want to like build up, right? And then drop it like it's hot and break someone, right? The weakness break is like is the drop. That's why I named it that way. Or I think I used Taka's idea, so that's why Taka's naming schemes. Because you're gonna see quite a bit of some of these, or some of these are actually based off of Taka's Eidolons and stuff that he posted. So harmonizing together is in A6. Whenever an ally does an action, Taka regenerates 1 energy. I am specifically saying that the number is 1. Any higher, and I think it's gonna be ridiculous. So, 1 energy. I'm not gonna say anything else. Has to be 1 energy. And then the minor traces. Of course, he scales off a break effect because of his talent and basic attack. He does fire damage because he has the potential to do fire damage with his lit stacks. And then his third one is speed, because he wants to be fast. He wants to bring people and let them do their turns, or get extra turns, I should say. All right, next one. All right, if you want to wail for Taka, aka give him money, which by the way, if you don't know, actually Taka does need some support. I think I could be wrong. But I believe he might need some support right now, so do help him out. Can. E1 Taka, soothing campfire tunes. Skill also cleanses 1 debuff from an ally, and gives them effect res for 1 turn. You might be thinking, okay, this is kinda whatever. I'm gonna be honest, you're right. But it is what it is. This is probably not the best E1, so you're probably gonna really want to invest in Taka. E2 is pretty big. I don't know about big, but it's pretty nice. Brick before the drop. Using skill also gives Taka the brick effect buff that you would give to the ally for 1 turn. Obviously, it's 1 turn because why would you? The only time when you take your turn and not use skill is basic. So this is basically saying Taka's gonna get a break effect buff until he uses his basic attack. So yeah. E3, a practice to set new oh my gosh, my nose. Oh. Maybe I am sick, guys. Oh. Oh my goodness. I have to play it again.
Ugh.
You know what? Maybe I should remind myself. Do a notepad. Reminder to self. Add nose blow to trigger fire with Sela Swiss. Alright. Here we go. Text file for myself, if I can see it. Alright. E3 is the generic skill basic. And yes, I did take this off of Taka's thing. You're gonna see some of these, like, light them all up as I think. Wait, let me make sure. Well, I can't see from there, but I can make it bigger. I can see for myself. Practice center stream, your lower follow my fellas. This book has your name on it. Drop it like it's hot. Oh, no. Light them all up. E4. Enemies gain lit stacks equal to half of Taka's blazing tempo whenever another ally weakness breaks them. So, whenever another ally weakness breaks an enemy, they gain lit stacks. I did not mention that Taka consumes his lit stack. I mean, his blazing tempo, because he doesn't. He does not consume his blazing tempo stacks because another ally is breaking for him, right? So this is gonna be huge. It's not. I'd say this is the huge power spike here for Taka damage wise. E5, I keep her loaded. This is another one that I just be like, I use the title. E5, ultimate and talent. I mean, it makes sense. Talent is about shooting the gun, and ultimate is ultimate, I guess. But I mean, ultimate is like a resource, right? It's like a resource you want to save, right? You keep that ultimate loaded, and then keep the gun loaded. So yeah, there you go. Thematics, guys, thematics. And then E6 for all of my fellas. And another one that I took the title from, except I capitalized all, but doesn't matter, right? Ultimate buff now lasts for 1 extra turn. Yeah. Remember when I was like, okay, you could get this person to have potentially 3 turns of crit rate and crit damage buff? You could potentially now do 5. This person, whoever this person is, they can get up to 5 turns of Taka's ultimate. I don't know who this hyper carry is, but they're gonna be doing things for a while. Although I must say that I will say that this does require a lot of skill points, so do keep in mind that you kind of treat Taka like Bronya, because that's what Taka does. He's basically a Bronya, but a different way of Bronyaing. So yeah, it's good, right? Like, skill and ultimate alone is just good. Like, it's basically Bronya, right? Except a different kind of Bronya. It's a fire Bronya. That gives an extra turn instead of action advances. So let's move on to the other stuff. Talk about build. What does Taka want? If you want sub DPS Taka, if you want a regular Harmony Taka, is basically the regular Harmony stuff. So you want to do whatever body, defensive stat body, speed boots, whatever defensive stat, orb, and then energy rope. Right. That's the go-to for any like Harmony support who doesn't care about doing damage. But if you want to go the ooh I'm funny, I want to do damage route, you could do crit rate or crit damage body if you want to do that. I probably suggest attack, but if you really want to do damage, I guess crit rate is probably the best, because yeah, crit rate, speed, because you're still a support, you want speed, fire damage orb, and depending on how often you want to do certain things, or ultimate I should say, energy rope or attack. And then the substats that you want is if you are going for the generic support, is the generic stuff: HP, defense, speed, effect res, break effect. I guess is the big priority. Taka likes break effect. And then for the deep sub DPS, Taka is break effect, attack. Let's see, crit rate, crit damage, speed. But again, I probably wouldn't do a crit damage. I probably wouldn't do a sub DPS Taka. I feel like he does enough as it is. But you know. All right, let's get to actual like Conan builds, because this is probably gonna be the fun one. All right. I think it's pretty obvious that Taka, you build Taka like Bronya. Whatever Bronya wants, Taka likes. Dance is fine. Meditation, memories of the past. Doesn't really help Taka that much because he doesn't want to basic attack that much, so despite Bronya being in this light cone, it's not that good on Bronya either, so it is what it is. Meshing cogs, no. Past and future is a Bronya one. Bronya likes this one too. Pass out in the mirror. Oh, has damage by 24 less 50 turns. Lures brick effect exceeder equal 150. Okay, actually Taka could actually use Ranmei's light cone. Because Taka likes brick effect. And this lasts for 3 turns. And these 3 turns, quote unquote, can become much more than 3 turns because of how Taka's skill works and ult. So, should the wearer's brick effect exceed or equal 150%, 1 skill point will be recovered, and it will. So, it will 100% be above 150% because you want brick effect with Taka at the start of each wave, and this is just a cherry on top. Just hope that you don't have a multiple of these, because if you have multiple Harmony characters with this, then they don't stack. Planetary Rendezvous is good for mono fire, and then this is the Bronya light cone. Obviously good for Bronya, which means it's good for Taka. Increases energy. Taka likes energy. Regen skill point when wearer uses ultimate on ally. Also good. Effect can be triggered after we choose. Yeah, it's whatever. And then when the wearer uses skill, next ally taking action. So this is action specifically, so that means that does mean it works the same way as Bronya in this case. Deals more damage for 1 turn. Oh wait, no, it says for 1 turn. Never mind. This is better on Taka than Bronya. So because it says for 1 turn. It didn't say the next attack deals more damage. It says it deals more damage for 1 turn. So that means this is really good on Taka. This light cone, Ranmei light cone, past and future are the ones I recommend on Taka. Planetary Rendezvous if you have literally nothing else, and you want to do mono fire. Alright, relics. If you're going DPS, is probably obviously the fire set. I should say 2-piece fire, 2-piece something else. If you're going for support Taka, it's probably going to be Messenger. Otherwise, you could do Thief of Shooting Meteor if you want to do, if you want more break effect Taka. Otherwise, yeah, nothing else screams this is for Taka. Right? So Thief of Shooting Meteor, Messenger, 4-piece, and then if you want to DPS for some reason with Taka, you could do 2-piece Fire Smith, 2-piece Speed Set, or a 2-piece Thief Set. Depends on how you feel. All right, Planet Ornaments. This one's another up to you kind of deal. Taka is a support, so any support orbs work here. Broken Kiyo, Fleet of the Ageless. If you really want Taka's freaking fall off attack to do damage, Inner Salsado, but again, yeah. Penacony for Mono Fire. Von Whack for energy regen. And then if you really want that break effect, you get Talia. And then yeah, that's pretty much it for build explanation. So let's talk about synergies. Alright, I think it's pretty obvious that Taka likes Run Mei. Yes, they're both Harmony, but yeah, you can have Run Mei with a hyper carry setup, so it's fine. So Taka, Run Mei, hyper carry, sustain. Dr. Ratio, not particularly, because he wants debuffs. Taka doesn't give debuffs aside from stacks of lit. But if Taka is giving lit stacks, then that means he's breaking the enemy. Well, he's not doing that often, right? Taka is not going to be breaking enemies often. So Dr. Ratio is probably not a one that you care about. Himiko, Asta is mono fire, so you can use them. Himiko, Asta, and then you can have a healer. Hook is also fire, so any fire character Taka would go good with. And get Penacony, Fire MC. Who else? Ciela. Ciela, if you have a lot of skill point generation. If you do not have skill point generation, Ciela can potentially eat up your... Actually, no. Because you don't have to use skill on Ciela. Wait, yeah. You actually do not need to use skill on Ciela. If Taka uses a skill on Ciela, you don't really... Ciela doesn't need to skill. She can, but she doesn't have to. So if you want her to just do a lot of damage or just basic attack, you could. So Ciela is someone you can think about for sure. Tingyun helps Taka's ults as a fellow Harmony, but she's probably going to be buffing the DPS, so yeah. Huohuo, obviously, because same reason as Tingyun, ult battery, buff. Gwen can do fire stuff, so it's, yeah. Topaz, same thing. Who else would... If you want to do, like, Silver Wolf mono fire, I guess it can work. A Bronya herself. Yeah, I don't think you would want to bring Bronya herself. Like, Taka versus Bronya, you want them in separate teams. They serve a similar purpose. So I don't want to do that. Welt. No one else in particular. Like, he just goes well with pretty much anyone, right? That's like, obviously, like, maybe not Clara or people who want to be slow, but yeah. Alright. I don't think there's much else I want to say about, like, synergies, because I don't think there's any other synergies. Yeah, no, there's no other synergies that I can think of that on the top of my head if I'm looking at all this. So yeah, that's Taka's kit. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Oh, why did I make him ridiculous? I don't know, but I felt like it. All right. Next up, or I should say last but certainly not least, because it's actually the last one. Nanatane. He's also one of the people that I met, and also he's also one of Dokapon homies. So wait, I feel like I'm missing someone. I am missing someone. Okay, not least. Not last, not least. Nanatane is neither of those. Okay, let's talk about it. Well, first let me shout him out. Shout out Citrus. He has a Twitch. He does also have a YouTube, but I assume that his Twitch will also lead to his YouTube. So do check him out. Pretty cool dude. He translates manga. He does some other random cool stuff. I don't know if he plays Star Rail. I don't think he does, because he has so many other freaking games, I think. So I assume he does not play Star Rail, but he at least knows about it, I think. So yep, he's also one of the people who submitted. Yep, let's do this. Let's talk about him. I feel like I made Nanatane's kit pretty simple though, I'm not gonna lie. But we'll talk about why it's simple, or how it's simple, after I talk about base stats. Okay, his HP is below average, but better than the people who are below average. Attack is above average. He is a win hunt character, so same as base Daniel. But that doesn't mean he's bad, because numbers are numbers, and we're not here for numbers or math and meta. We're here for memes and oh frig, I can't say memes and Mina, because we're not talking about Mina anymore. I'm drawing a blank for stuff that starts with M, but you know what, it's fine. Defense below average. Obviously, his HP and defense are going to be not very hot, because he is a hunt character, he is a DPS, right? And his speed is very high. So he's going to be like one of the fast, like, he's probably going to be around Ting Yun levels of high speed. So you keep note of that. Alright. And his top value is 75 because he's a hunt character. Hunt and erudition are 75. So. Alright. Let's start with a short and sweet basic attack. But before we do that, I think we do need to talk about his talent, because it is actually his bread and butter. Cherry on top. I actually, to be honest, I don't know what to name it, so I just call it cherry on top. Whenever Nanatane's attacks crit, he deals extra damage equal to a percent of the attack's damage. So, it's extra damage equal to a percentage of that attack's damage. So that attack is critted, so it's gonna do extra damage. However, this damage can crit as well. However, damage from talent cannot. Oh yeah, damage from talent can also crit, but cannot trigger another instance of talent. So you can't just like have 100% crit and just freaking overflow everything and just have an enemy like insta die. If that were the case, then Nanatane would be like the most OP character in the game. You just bring like Taka or Bronya, and then Nanatane just does it again. Like, you don't even need to use his skill, right? But anyway, that's his talent. Keep note of this, because I did add some notes that say, oh, it's this for the sake of talent. So let's talk about it. Start from the top. Short and sweet. Basic attack. It's obviously a basic attack, so this is nothing too special. It is considered as 2 attacks for the sake of talent. So Nanatane can potentially crit 2 times with this attack. Alright. So, that's something to note. Skill, in for the kill. He deals large attack scaling damage to a single enemy. Obviously, it scales off attack. I don't know why I said that twice, actually. Wait. Large attack scaling damage. Parentheses scales off attack. Dang, I really apparently wanted to emphasize that this skill is scales off attack. But it is considered as 5 attacks for the sake of talent, so he does 5 hits. Because I believe Sila's does like 6. For the sake of like calculating all that. His ultimate. I feel like Nana-Ten's like yeah, Nana-Ten's names are kind of random. And it's so random that I forgot to change one of them. Yeah, I have to change E1 to be named something else. Anyway, it's not called Soothing Campfire Tunes. That's Taka's. Anyway, Bankai, his Nana-Ten Bankais, I mean ultimate, the Bankai generally. It costs 110 energy, and it gives Nana-Ten a massive crit rate and speed buff for 2 turns. Then he deals massive damage to 1 enemy, and it is considered 10 attacks for the sake of talent. So, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm also say talent doesn't generate energy. For anyone wondering, oh, dang, he does extra attacks. It doesn't generate energy. No. Because that would be ridiculous if it does. Alright. Technique. Eyeing their weakness. Nana-Ten puts on the freaking mask. And he gains crit rate for 2 turns at the start of the next battle. I mean, you can already tell that Nana-Ten, his bread and butter is his talent. He really needs to crit. If Nana-Ten does not crit, he attacks like a wet noodle. Granted, that's mostly every DPS. But it affects Nana-Ten way more so than any other DPS. So, you have to build Nana-Ten crit rate. You 100% need Nana-Ten to get crit rate. Like, I would argue that, like, you know, like a lot of people want to do crit damage, right? I would argue in Nana-Ten's case, you really want to build crit rate with Nana-Ten. Especially with E1. Which I will go over later, but you probably can read, so there you go. So let's go to the traces. Blood sharpens the blade. Whenever Nana-Ten defeats an enemy, he gains crit rate for a set number of turns. I don't know how many turns. Maybe 2 turns. Maybe 1 turn. I don't know. Depends on how people feel. Numbers. But alright, A4 or second trace is Anbu. Basically like Black Ops. In weeb speak. Alright, anyway. Whenever Nana-Ten has less than 50% HP, this is basically most hunt characters like Trace, whereas like if you have less than 50% health, you get less taunt value. Same thing, yeah, Nana-Ten's no exception. And then this is the worst tricking one. This art is the worst. But Justice Cuts. Talent damage also has some wind res penetration added to it. So that talent doing all the extra damage, it also has wind penetration. And yes, he does wind damage. For those of you wondering, every character who does damage deals damage based off their element. So Taka deals fire damage. Hero does ice damage. Kiyosen does lightning damage. Burb does wind damage. Lumiere does quantum. Beck does imaginary. Right. But just in case people didn't know that, there are some exceptions, like, well, specifically Mina. Mina gives people random dots, so which could be of like any random element that has a dot attached to it. So Mina is the exception. She does not even deal damage. She doesn't deal imaginary, except for when she ults. That's the only time when she actually does damage. All right, but anyway. His minor traces, or Nana-Ten's minor traces, obviously his primary one's gonna be crit rate, because if you didn't know, Nana-ten needs crit rate. That's his kit. He needs crit rate. Alright. Secondary is gonna be speed, and his tertiary is gonna be crit damage, because obviously he wants to be fast, he wants to crit, and crit damage is icing on the cake. Right? Alright. In case people want to shill for Nana-ten, let me change this to Libri Bold. Set to like, we just okay. As Dad. Yep, that's Nana-ten's new E1 is Dad. Anyway, his E1 allows excess crit rate that he gets that goes over 70% is also converted to crit damage and attack. So build, if you have E1 Nana-ten, you can literally build crit rate. Like, crit rate helps you a ton, right? So let me think about what to name this while I read everything else. His E2 is Sneak Thief, which allows his skill to remove one random buff from an enemy. So you know how Pela does the random remove buff? Nana-ten can now do it too as a DPS. So if an enemy is extremely annoying and constantly gives itself buffs, Nana-ten Pela is a good combo. But what should I name this? I don't know what to name it. I'm gonna come back to the E1, but E3 easy pickings, talent and basic generic, right? We don't care about it. E4 quick and painless. Whenever talent procs, Nana-ten also advanced force. This is the huge whale Eidolon. Whenever talent procs. So remember when I said I added like specific like clarification for this attack does this many attacks, right? So E4, if you have 100% crit rate and you use ultimate Honkai, right? You advance forward yourself 10%, right? You know how many attacks Honkai has? 10. So you can use your skill and then you can go again, or basically advance forward yourself by like all the way to there. Yeah, it makes basically it says Nana-ten is at the very least twice as fast as whatever his speed is. So E4 is huge for Nana-ten because it just makes him so fast. That is ridiculous. If you have the right crit, which you will, because E1 encourages you to use crit to get crit rate. So E5, the right tricks, ultimate, and skill. You know this is the right stuff, really good stuff. And then E6, simple and clean. After using basic attack, Nana-ten. I know you might be wondering, E5, E6 kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I thought about switching E4 and E6, but I was like, nah, it's fine. It's fine. I'll make Nana-ten have his Bankai, true Bankai at E4. But yeah, E6, after using basic attack, Nana-ten does a follow-up attack equivalent to his basic. So if you are using way too many skill points and you end up having to use basic attack, you will now be able to action advance yourself by 40%. Or Nana-ten can action advance himself by 40%. Assuming you have 100% crit rate. Right? So, I okay. Before we get to builds, actually I can talk about builds now, but obviously the relic pieces, main body stat, you want crit rate on Nanaten. I don't know how much it screams crit rate to you, but yeah, you want crit rate on Nanaten. Everything screams crit rate. Please get crit, especially at E1. Like, doesn't matter if you are E0 Nanaten. Just get crit rate. Crit rate body. Okay? You really want to proc your talent. Alright, proc Nanaten's talent. Okay. The piece, the boots, depending on how many Eidolons you have, this actually changes. If you are less than E4 Nanaten, then you go speed boots. Otherwise, if you are E4 Nanaten or above, you go attack boots. Why? Because the action forward is so strong that you don't need speed boots, right? Okay, the orb is obviously going to be wind damage because Nanaten needs wind damage, and then the rope will be attack. Unless you really like Bankai.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Unless you really like Bankai, panic ensues. Actually, this is a good opportunity for me to actually just think about what to name E1. Alright. So to all of you people who are here, I appreciate that you are here. It does mean a ton. Alright. What should I name E1? Oh yeah, let me also have this. So I know there's gonna be some people who's gonna be like, I'm not subscribed. I wanna speak to you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have this thing. But what do I want E1 to be? E1 is all about getting more damage for crit. So I'm just gonna call it overkill. I have nothing else that I can think of, so I'm gonna call it overkill. You know what? We'll call it critical overkill. Oops. There we go. Critical overkill. If this doesn't scream Nanaten needs crit rate, then I'ma literally put critical in his in his Eidolon. Alright. Yes, I would like to speak to the people who are not subscribed. Don't worry. But if I go quiet, then that's why. Oh yeah, actually, wait. Let me censor the screen. I want to get one more person now. Let me make sure this person is ready. Okay, yeah, this person's ready. Clasps tight. Na 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 na. Na na na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Bring back on track. Star Rail is trending on Twitter. Why? Wait, what happened? Why is Star Rail randomly trending now? Someone do?
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Well, I guess I'll never find out why Star Rail is randomly trending on Twitter. Anyway, let's go to. I already mentioned the build for Nanaten. It's very simple. Alright, crit rate, speed or attack boots depending on Eidolon's wind damage, and depending on preference, energy rope or attack, preferably attack, because you could definitely get all this within like 2 or 3 turns is fine. So talk about synergies, aka light codes. All right, 9 and 10 is Hunt. So we look at Hunt. 3-star light cones. Obviously, if you have literally nothing and you want to steamroll, I guess arrows does give crit rate. Let's see. Oh yeah, the ratio. I forgot about the ratio light cone. Hold up. Increase crit damage by. Obviously, it's not gonna be good on 9 10 because he doesn't do a follow-up attack, except with E6. But you're not using basic on 9 10, so. For every debuff on the enemy target, the wearer's crit damage down this turn. Okay. Yeah, obviously it's not good on 9 10. It requires debuffs, so yeah. Enables their follow-up attack. Alright, obviously Stellar C is really good as a free-to-play light cone. It gives a ton of crit rate. So cruising is good. That's a 3-star. In the Night is basically a crit rate thing, so also really good. Although you probably don't want to build speed. If you want a very speed based, I guess 9 10, I guess In the Night. Under E4, less than E4, and then you have In the Night. Only Silence Remains is good if you have 2 or less enemies. Otherwise, it's kind of mid. I forgot about this light code. Oh wait, no, this is a battle pass one. I forget, but 24%. Okay, after a crit hit, there is a. Oh. Okay. Okay, sure. After a crit hit. Okay. It only trigger once per attack though. So you can basically, if you really like E2 but don't have E2, I guess you can do Return to Darkness, but I'd still say it's better light cones. River Flowing Spring is the Yanqing light cone. If you are extremely confident that your Nanate will not take damage, okay. Otherwise, meh. Sleep Like the Dead actually is really good if you like crit damage. Otherwise, if you have crit rate but you don't have 100%, Sleep Like the Dead is good. But I would still prefer other stuff. This is something to think about, but I would probably prefer the Stellar C. Subscribe for more. No. The thing is, with subscribe for more is that you have to not use ultimate. And I don't know when there's gonna be a Hunt character who does not want to use their ultimate. And so far we haven't seen any characters like that, right? I mean, there are some timings where you'd be like, oh, I need to time this, right? Anyway, swordplay, really good. Obviously. Why? Because Nana 10's skill is considered 5 attacks for the sake of talent. So that means Nana 10 attacks 5 times. And then whenever you hit the same target, you deal more damage. So, really good on Nana 10. So, TLDR, swordplay, extremely good 4-star. Only Silence Remains if you're fighting like a boss specifically that doesn't spawn enemies. In the Night is interesting. You could do In the Night for the crit rate. Cruising in Stellar C is your best free to play. And yeah. Nothing else to note. Let's go to the relics. Should be pretty obvious what Nana 10 was, but I could be wrong. Actually, no, I'm not sure. if you want to be interesting, Genius of Brilliant Stars. For the ignore defense. Defense shred is very nice. If you do not have defense shred, or if you don't care, if you really want the, if you don't have E6, Nana 10, I mean E4, the Eagle, I guess is fine. Gives wind damage and then lets you action advance with ult. That's okay. Otherwise, it's really not. I guess if you want to combine 2-piece and 2-piece, like Prisoner and Musketeer, that could work too. Otherwise, there's not really much that like Nana 10 really likes, right? It's Eagle, it's 2-piece Eagle, 2-piece attack, or 4-piece Eagle, 4-piece Quantum, and that's pretty much it. There's literally nothing else that like Nana 10 cares about. So that was easy. Should be extremely obvious, but just in case. I'm gonna say right now, by the way, Inner Sosano is a crit piece, and you could use it if you really need crit rate. However, Nana 10's talent is not considered a follow-up attack. It just deals additional. It's like Serval's talent, right? So whenever she attacks an enemy that's shocked, she deals additional shock damage. That's the same thing with Nana 10, except it's whenever he crits, he deals additional damage. So really, it's just Rudolite Arena, Space Ceiling Station if you have speed, and Inner Salsado if you really need crit rate. Otherwise, that's pretty much all you. I guess if you could go for crit damage if you really need crit damage instead of regular damage, but I don't know. I don't think that's better, right? Like, yeah, this is a 20% increase. So, yeah, Rudolite Arena, Space Ceiling Station if you have nothing else, and Inert Salsada if you really need crit. That's all. And if for some reason you have like a stupid amount of speed on Nana 10, Glamith is also good. And then yeah, like as much as I want to say this is nice, I don't. It's crit damage. It's literally just crit damage. And Broken Keel does that, but gives effect risk. Unless you really want that really good Bankai first move, Celestial, maybe, I don't know. But I'm hearing Pop-Pom again. Okay, in terms of synergies, probably should be pretty obvious. Bronya. Bronya is a support. She is also wind, so she can bring in Penacony, so she can do she can let Nana to get extra damage. She can also action advance Nana 10, which makes them do more damage. Yukong gives crit rate, which Nana 10 really wants, so Yukong is an option. Asta helps with speed. Pela helps shred buffs. I feel like he's basically just a DPS. So whatever DPS goes well with, like, yeah, it's only Bronya and Yukong who are like super standout, and I guess Silverwolf. That's the only people that like pop in my head. Is like these things. Otherwise, there's like, I guess Hanya if your team is skill point hungry, Hanya is also a good option too. Because Hanya gives attack and speed. But Bronya and Yukong and Silverwolf are probably the big standouts. Ho-Ho and Tingyun Again, for the energy, like Ting Yun and Ho Ho are never gonna be bad because of energy battery. So yeah. Why are the Fox girls so good? That's a good question. There's only 3 playable ones, right? Yeah, 1, 2, yeah. And then Sparkle just is wearing a fox mask, not really like a, she's not a fox. Ting Yun, Yukong, Ho Ho. And then if for some reason people want to count Bailu, we don't count Bailu. Bailu doesn't count. Definitely doesn't count. Yeah, that's it for Nanatan. That's a very simple build. Like, he wants crit rate. That is he is crit rate the character. Crit rate. Crit rate, crit rate. Maybe I should rename him to crit rate. Nah, Nanatan. Oh. Alright, anyway. I don't need to fool around too hard. Alright. Now we'll go to the actual last but not least person that I did. And that is going to be Sarge. I'm gonna be honest, this Sarge's kit is also very simple. But before we talk about Sarge, let's shout him up. Sarge 126. He is also one of the homies, the Dokapon homies. So do check him out. He's definitely very cool to hang out with. So, yeah. I need to blow my nose. Or should I just eat this? Nah. Hang on. I don't think I have time to actually do my thing that I wanted to do. Yeah, cause it's already 9:43. I mean, I could, but I don't know if I have time. Actually, let me check how hot my phone is. Okay, that's nice. Anyway, Sarge. Very simple. He is a physical erudition, and his kit is very simple. However, let's talk about other stuff. Okay, HP average. He's a DPS. His HP and defense being average-ish, like lower than average, is surprising. Not surprising. Speed is average, and his attack is very high, and he has a top value of 75 because he's erudition. Normal. Let's go. Okay, kit. Guns blazing. It's a basic attack. Very simple. Basic attack. Alright. Here's where things get fancy. So I'm actually going to talk about talent first, because this is the reason why Sarge is an erudition. Firing squad. His talent is firing squad. When another ally attacks an enemy with targeting fire, which Sarge can mark enemies with targeting fire with his skill. You might be wondering, Sarge is an erudition character, right? Yes, yeah, Kiyo. Yeah, I'm Kiyo, yes. Kiyo. Sarge is an erudition character, right? Yes. But Kiyo, why is Sarge's skill single target? Well, you see, talent. This is why talent is what makes him erudition. When another ally attacks an enemy with targeting fire, Sarge does a follow-up attack, dealing attack scaling damage to all enemies. The enemy marked with targeting fire takes additional damage, and then talent cannot proc itself, obviously. Because E1 says that Sarge can now trigger his own talent. That's why I specifically said talent cannot proc itself. So, yeah. Alright, skill. It deals large attack scaling damage to a single enemy. So this is like, think of it like hunt damage. This is hunt level damage to a single enemy, and marking them with targeting fire. But this targeting fire can only be active on one enemy at a time. So you might be thinking, okay, this sounds like Q1 actually. Oh, Sarge's erudition. He's AoE. And Kiyon doesn't like. Kiyon gains a lot of other benefits, but maybe at like a lesser like value. But Sarge just gets value from targeting fire just with damage. Right. The value of targeting fire is more AoE for Sarge. But right. Sarge's ultimate is bullet hail, which is a normal cost 120, and it deals a large attack scaling damage to all enemies and has a high chance to give a defensive reduction debuff. So that is very nice, right? Actually, we'll say like a below average hunt damage with his skill. Now, I don't want it to be like massive. I feel like I feel like you guys are already knowing what what Sarge's kit is gonna be. I intended for Sarge's kit to basically be a hunt character disguised as an erudition. So Sarge's erudition, but his kit screams out hunt because he actually does a lot of single target damage. All right, his technique. Strategic targeting. When entering battle, Sarge marks a random enemy, prioritizes enemies with physical weakness for targeting fire, and immediately triggers his talent. So he immediately just shoots people. Right. Alright, let's go to the traces. A, B, C, 1, 2 gun. Remember the basics. This is first trace. Basic attack deals more damage to enemies with targeting fire, so if Sarge needs to use basic, he can attack the enemy with targeting fire, and he'll just deal a lot more damage, which is nice. A4, Battle of Attrition. Talent has a chance to afflict enemies with bleed for 1 turn. What were the numbers? I don't care what the numbers are. I don't know. The one in charge is his third trace. When Sarge is on the field, all allies deal increased physical damage. So he really likes mono physical. So you could field him with Natasha. You could even like do Argenti if you want to. Right? Like for even more like AoE. And then like Hanya. It's like, yeah, that's literally mono physical. Hanya, Natasha, Sarge, and whatever the other physical. You could do Clara, you could do Argenti, you could do Luca even, right? Or even like physical imps. Anyway, E1. Sarge's E1. We're gonna talk about Whalen. E1. I'll do it myself. Sarge can now trigger his own talent. So, if Sarge attacks an enemy with targeting fire, there's not a chance. This is like a mark, not a debuff or anything. If Sarge attacks an enemy with that, then he literally just does AoE damage. So that helps Sarge's damage quite a bit, AoEs. So you keep that in mind. E2, Full Metal Jacket. Sarge gains physical res penetration against enemies marked with targeting fire. Yep. This is why Sarge is a hunt character. He is marking the enemy for him to hunt. So yeah, E2, really good. E3, use Morg. You can see the references, right? Alright, skill level +2 is generic. Skill level 2 and basic attack level +1. E4, Brutal Momentum. Targeting fire now also reduces the target's speed. So now the mark becomes a speed debuff that enemies cannot like get rid of. So really nice. E5, Spray and Pray, is a generic talent and ultimate, and it's called Spray and Pray because talent is a firing squad and ultimate is bullet hell. So a lot of AoE, right? You're spraying and then you're praying that it does a lot of damage, which it will. So, and then E6, collateral damage. It's gonna be interesting. This turns Sarge into an actual it turns Sarge's skill into an actual erudition skill. Skill also deals a percent of its original damage to adjacent enemies if the target enemy is marked with targeting fire. So basically, you mark a target with targeting fire, and then you use skill on that enemy. You deal damage to the adjacent enemies, and then you trigger his talent. Sarge is ridiculous. If the numbers are tuned correctly, or are tuned really well, Sarge's numbers can get ridiculous. He's very simple kit, but remember the basics. He's fine with the basics, as long as it works, right? It's like Argenti, except Sarge is all about doing massive damage to one person, and then he just so happens to do damage to other people, right? But yeah, let's go over his build, or a suggested build for Sarge if you were to build one. Main stats, obviously crit rate, crit damage body, attack boots or speed boots depending on how you feel. You got physical damage orb, and then a attack rope. That is the generic build for like most DPSs, so it's cookie cutter. Anyway, synergies. I mean, not synergies. Like this is probably gonna be a little bit not confusing, but a little bit interesting, as Sarge's thing is gonna be very interesting. All right. Argenti Litcone. Sarge's ult cost is pretty normal, so it's better. Unless he really needs crit damage, you don't really care for Argenti Litcone. Before Dawn is good though. Actually, Before Dawn is actually really busted on Sarge. Because Sarge actually has a follow-up attack that triggers very often. Because all Sarge's follow-up attack needs is literally someone else attacking his marked target. So, sorry I didn't that. All Sarge needs is someone to attack his target. So, Before Dawn is actually really good. It is actually really good on Sarge. So Before Dawn, was Genius Repose? If you can, good in waves, obviously, so it's okay. Pure Fiction probably is what you want to use this on. Make the World Clamor, doesn't matter. Night of the Milky Way is okay. Right, because Firing Squad actually does deal with weakness, toughness damage, because that's what most things do, right? So Night of the Milky Way could actually be really nice because his follow-up attack actually like procs a ton. So Night of the Milky Way is nice. Passkey, whatever, I guess. Oh, actually, Birth of the Self is actually a really good light code now. Because Sarge, his follow-up attacks are easy to trigger. So you would actually very much consider using Birth of the Self on Sarge as a 4-star thing. Seriousness of Breakfast is fine. But I have a feeling that Birth of the Self is going to eclipse Seriousness of Breakfast. Why am I struggling to say breakfast? Alright, and then the Battle Pass Light Cone is whatever. So, yeah. TLDR for Light Cones. Birth of the Self is the 4-star Light Cone suggestion. If you don't have that, Breakfast is good. Genius's Repose is okay too. And Before Dawn is cracked. It is just the best light code for Sarge. Like, Night of the Milky Way is nice, but Sarge benefits a ton from this one. So, yeah. Like, skill and ultimate damage. Sarge's skill deals a lot of single target damage, so So skill is good for single target. And then he also has follow-up attack potential with this too, so it's just this thing is ridiculous. That is all I'm gonna say. Anyway, relics. It should be pretty obvious, but in case it wasn't, this light code. When after the wearer attacks or is hit, their attack increases by 5% for the rest of the battle. You know how often Sarge attacks? Very often. So he gets the stacks really easy. So really good. That is probably best in slot, like guaranteed 100%. However, if you do have if you do have alternatives, let's see. Alternatives would probably be stacking attack, 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack. Otherwise, they're. Oh wait. Follow up. Wait, no. When you use follow, every time the follow attack deals damage, and this is an AOE follow up attack, so it's actually really good. Right. So the Duke one and the physical one. Those are the two. So TLDR, 2-piece boxing, 2-piece, 4-piece physical, 4-piece follow up, or 2-piece of each. Those are my suggestions to build Sarge. And then for his orbs, it's likely going to be where is it? Salsado. For obvious reasons, he does a lot of follow-up attacks, so inert Salsado is really good. You could go Rudolent Arena if you want to, but most of his damage is going to come from his follow-up attacks, so inert Salsado is best in slot. Otherwise, yeah, really just inert Salsado. Space Ceiling Station if you have speed. Yeah, not really much in terms of like. Yeah, pretty much just build inert Salsado, and then most other stuff is okay, but like not nearly as good as inert Salsado. Anyway, Sarge is a generic DPS, so I mean, he goes well with anyone. Run May really helps Sarge with dealing weakness break actually, so Run May is someone of big note. Asta, no. Let's see. Trying to think of people of note, specifically of note. Actually, Himeko, if someone has a follow-up attack, then they could also do some interesting stuff. So Topaz is really good for Sarge. Himeko is really good for Sarge. Herda could be really good for Sarge. Dr. Ratio could be good for Sarge. Because technically, I guess targeting fire counts as a debuff, but it's not a debuff. A traditional debuff, right? So. Dr. Ratio, Himeko, anyone with a follow-up attack goes really well with Sarge. So Clara, anyone else? I like there's someone else. Am I missing someone who has a follow-up attack? I guess if you have E4QQ, I guess it works too. Because every time another ally attacks an enemy with targeting fire, he does a follow-up attack himself. So that means Sarge and Topaz are gonna be extremely good together. So Topaz, any other character with a follow-up attack, Run May. So I'm gonna say right now, okay. A really good team is Sarge, Topaz, Ron May, Huo, or any other healer or sustain. So yeah, it's just ridiculous. Jing Yuan, I guess Jing Yuan's okay, but I don't know. Probably not Jingu. I'd probably say Topaz, like for sure it's Topaz, because Topaz can be built SP positive. And then Ruin Mei is SP positive, and then Sarge can just constantly use skill. He doesn't even need to use skill. Like that's how. Oh wait, sorry, not even. Oh yeah, sorry. Sarge doesn't even need to use skill. But yeah, heard like anyone with a follow-up attack, she's just good. Like even Kafka, you could even slot in Kafka, and it's be okay too, because she also does a follow-up attack, right? Anytime Sarge does a basic attack, Kafka does a follow-up attack, and if Kafka attacks this person with with targeting fire, because that's a follow-up attack, then he does his follow-up attack. But yeah, Topaz and Sarge literally are married. Because Sarge literally gives Topaz, gives Numby gives Numby like 1 boost, right? Like his follow-up attacks are so common that Topaz, I feel like Topaz will actually end up like doing more damage potentially, because of how goated Sarge's follow-up attacks are. So yeah, just Topaz is like #1 for Sarge, and then like Run Mei for break, and then like any other like sustain. It's just that good. It's just that good. Topaz Sarge is just that good. It doesn't matter how much damage Sarge does. As long as it's a follow-up attack, Numby gets action advanced. So, it's ridiculous. And then it's like double mark. Like you mark the proof of debt and then targeting fire, right? So Sarge attacks an enemy with both of those, right? And if he has E1, he can trigger it himself. So he attacks the enemy with that. He triggers it himself. If he has E1, he triggers it himself. Then another ally attacks that enemy. Then he does his follow-up attack. And then Numby does the Numby stuff. And then Topaz goes and then shoots. And then that action advances Numby. And then Sarge does his follow-up attack. And then Numby goes again. It's so... Wait. And because Numby attacks, it triggers Sarge's follow... Oh my goodness. Sarge and Topaz are made for each other. Anyway. That's everything. I don't want to go over any other freaking character, because I just realized how ridiculous Sarge is with Topaz. Alright, anyway. I'm going to end off here because it's 10 p.m. and I want to place... Actually, wait. How many pulls do I have? Wait. Before I do anything else. Can I potentially get... Never mind. No, I checked. I cannot get... I definitely cannot get enough Jades to pull, so I will end stream here. Alright. Take care, everyone. Peace.